Chapter 3846. The first is more. Ancient Night Magic Palace. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. In addition, just 100 years ago, the Yu who was hailed as the strongest in this star domain, dominated with the ancient night demon king. Xian Xindao said again, Yu dominates. Jian Wushuang looked. Yes dominance can pass the test at the foot of Mount Tianfeng. Its combat power is extremely strong among the second-level primary masters. Before he did not shoot, GS was indeed qualified to be called the strongest in this star field. What happened? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes Dominator was defeated, and it is still a fiasco. The ancient night demon lord also only used one move to directly consume most of the power of the wreckage of Yes dominance. The frightened Yes Dominator immediately ran away with his life-saving whole card and then recovered his life. Xian, Shinto humane. This Yu master is a lot luckier than Peng Master that day. At least he escaped, but Tian Peng Master, but was killed by a stroke. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Fortunately, this ancient night magic king, it doesn't mean we are troublesome. Let us not provoke him. Well, we all think so. Now the ancient night magic palace is powerful. All the big forces in this star domain are all subject to it, but we, the small and powerful forces, the ancient night magic palace did not bother. As long as we do and go proactively provoke them, they should not come against us. Xian Shinto laughed. For the time being, I will return from the Red Cloud realm and bring some special treasures. Jian Wushuang said suddenly, the eyes of the four gods, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of heaven and earth, and the heavenly ancestor are all bright. Last time, the return of Jian Wushuang from the Red Cloud realm brought them a huge surprise. There were 100 strongest treasures, plus 100,000 peak treasures. This surprise they gradually digested after a long time. And now, Jian Wushuang brought out a good treasure from the Red Cloud realm. Please see. Sword Wushuang slaps, and a mini 3-colored tower appears in his hands. The 3-colored tower exudes an incomparably strange atmosphere, attracting the eyes of the four masters. What is this? Is it the strongest? It's a unique breath. It seems to be more transcendent than the average treasure. My dear friend, what exactly is this tower? The four masters all looked at Xiang Jinshuang. 4 people, this tower is called the Triple Road Realm. It is a rule of treasure. Jian Wushuangdo, the rule is precious. Xian Shinto glared sharply. Legend above the strongest treasure in the legend. The rule is precious. I have heard that it is said that it has its own rules of the universe. The power is far stronger than the ordinary strongest treasure, which is dozens of times and hundreds of times stronger. The town monument that Xuani originally obtained seems to be one. The rule is precious. The Lord of Space and Time was excited. They did not expect that Jian Wushuang brought out a rule from the Red Cloud realm this time. 4 people, this 3-color tower is indeed a rule of law, but its real purpose is very unique. It has 3 different worlds, each of which has a great use for practitioners. Jian Wushuangdang will soon be on the Triple Road. The use of the world is described in more detail. After listening to Jian Wushuang, the 4 masters were all stunned. Rather, they were smashed by this sudden surprise. Top sages who have been practicing in the first order of the Tao for a period of time, is it possible to break through and become the ruler? The ruler of the rule can be gradually practiced to the extreme of the ruler in the second realm, and 2 or 3 of the 100 rulers can eventually become the ruler. How is this possible? The 4 masters were completely stunned. It is indeed that the role of the triple path is too strange in their eyes. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, this triple Tao realm really has the kind of effect you said? Xian Xindao looked at Jian Wushuang very nervously. Of course he is nervous, because if this is true, it will definitely be a huge opportunity for Tai Chi. The whole divine realm in the beginning of the early years could pass through the triple path realm and was greatly affected by it. Of course it is true. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He is not surprised at the reaction of the four masters in front of him. After all, when he saw the triple path realm himself, and listened to Lord Wu's words about the efficacy of the triple path realm, his head was also cyanotic, and the reason why these triple realms were chosen, because the triple realms are of great use to the early divine realm. Great, this is great. Great creation. This is definitely an unprecedented great creation for our pre-God world. Countless practitioners in my pre-God world can make a leap in strength through the triple path world. Naturally, my pre-God world's overall strength, it will also increase sharply. In the face of the demon star army's killing, our grasp will be much too much. My dear friend, you really brought me a good baby too. The four masters were all amazed there. They have not returned to God yet. You know, Jian Wushuang has brought back treasures from the Red Cloud realm twice. For the first time, they brought back 100 strongest treasures plus 100,000 peak treasures, which made them ecstatic, and although only one treasure was brought back this time, it was a rule of treasure and its function. It is much bigger than the strongest and highest peak treasures brought back before. After all, the baby thing is just an external enhancement of the practitioner's combat power, but it cannot change the strength of the practitioner himself. But the triple world is different. It can completely allow practitioners to understand and integrate more rules of heaven and earth, so that the practitioner's strength can be greatly improved or even breakthrough. This triple path world is more powerful than thousands of pieces and more important. After a while, the four masters barely calmed down. Since the triple path world has such incredible effects for practitioners, we must plan well. Xian, Shinto man, solemnly said, I suggest that we do NT rush to use the triple path realm for the entire Taichu divine realm. Instead, we will first select some elites from the Taichu divine realm and send them to practice in this triple Tao realm. Began to arrange a second group of people to enter. Space-Time Palace Main Road. Yes, this one is kept secret in advance. For the time being, some trustworthy people will be selected to enter the triple path. For example, we will select some practitioners from the 3 major free alliances and the 7-star Xuanzong and Xinggong to enter. Road. Well, all 4 masters nodded. Chapter 3847. Second more. If you start working hard at the beginning, it will shake the whole world of the gods in the beginning, and they are not sure about the specific effects of the triple path world. Therefore, it is best to step by step and arrange some trusted people to enter it for cultivation. For the first 2 of this triple path are for saints and rule masters, but the third path is also very helpful to the master. If the 4 have time, they can also go to the third path. Cultivation is practiced in the Tao. Jian Wushuang laughed again. Of course, a few of us can't wait to experience the magic of the triple path. The Celestial Alliance leaders' eyes flashed. My dear friend, are you going to stay in the Xinggong Palace next time? Xian Shinto asked. My wife's body has just recovered. I plan to take her home to take a look at it, and I should stay in the world for a longer period of time. If something happens in the horoscope, you can message me at any time, and I will use the most quickly arrived. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay. All 4 mysterious nodded. In the current Star Palace, Jian Wushuang is definitely the strongest combat force, but the 4 of them are not weak, together with the strongest treasures of Jian Wushuang before. Even if they meet the top masters, they are not at all. Fear. In this star field, unless the ancient Night Demon King came to the door in person, the Star House will be fearless. But the ancient Night Demon Prince apparently had no appetite for their little star house. Jian Wushuang quickly set off with the coldness of frost to return to the early world of God. Eternal holy world. Many of the strong men from the chaotic world of ancient times are mostly concentrated in this ancient holy world, with the foundation of the ancient holy world and the huge resources left by Jian Wushuang as the guarantee. The overall strength of the ancient chaotic world has been rapid in these years, ascending. However, the most powerful level of the great emperor before the chaos world of Wangu is just a chaotic state. In the early days, the gods were weak and poor, even after tens of thousands of years of growth. Now the strongest sword Nantian in the chaos world of ancient times is the sword Wushuang's father can only reach the level of saints. Jian Wushuang returned with cold as frost, and the first time I saw Shao Di and Tang Huang. Father! Cold as frost looked at Emperor Shao. His eyes were immediately wet. Shuang'er, is it you? Is it really you? Shao Di also shivered. For many years, nearly 200,000 years have passed since it was cold and frosty. It can be counted as the time in the ancient chaotic world, but nearly 20 million years. In such a long time, although Jian Wushuang always said that he would bring back the cold as frost. But Emperor Shao had no hope at all, but now his daughter has actually returned. Master! Lung Rushuang saluted the Emperor Tang, slightly. Haha, just come back, just come back. Tang Huang smiled. Jian Wushuang, who was watching quietly, relaxed at the bottom of his heart. Not long after, Jian Wushuang came to his parents with cold as frost. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming of the first generation, Zhuiyun Feng and Luo Xinqin of the second generation all sat there, as well as several relatives and friends of Jian Wushuang. Everyone was sitting there. All eyes were on the frosty body. It was the first time they had seen cold as frost. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Cold as a frosty gift. This is our daughter-in-law. Luo Xinqin looked up and down cold, frowning with a smile. Sister Xinqin, look, Shuang'er's vision is really good. Ji Wuming also laughed. They are the mothers of Jian Wushuang. They have met each other long ago, and there is no estrangement. They are sisters to each other. Soon the frost melted into the family, and the family enjoyed it for a few days. Then Jian Wushuang took the frost to the eternal chaos world, green fire world. Shuang'er, look, there is the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. Jian Wushuang pointed at the huge city below and smiled. The imperial city has changed. Lung Rushuang also smiled slightly. Of course, after all, many years have passed. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the early days of the divine realm, for nearly 200,000 years, it was 20 million years in the chaotic world of ancient times. Of course, many changes have taken place in the 20 million years. However, in the Tang dynasty, there was always the shadow of sword, unparalleled sword, so it has been extremely strong for so many years. Shuang'er, let's walk around. Jian Wushuang took Frost's hand and walked into the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. In the next time, Jian Wushuang accompanied the cold as frost and lived in the green fire world for a long time. He went to the place where Jian Wushuang once ran and went to the chaotic world of ancient times, cross the landscape, walk across the ends of the earth. After so many years, Jian Wushuang finally reunited with himself. And of course he had to accompany his wife. After all, he was too cold, too much. After living in the chaotic world of ancient times for a period of time, they returned to the early world of the gods and then continued to play. During this period, it took more than 3,000 years. During this time, the 4 rules were integrated into the cold, frosty become dominated. Finally, instead of traveling, they found a clean place to live. Wutin's mystery, a heaven and earth mystery that naturally exists in the early world of the gods, because the mystery is relatively large and contains certain resources during the period. So after the discovery of the mystery, it led to a quarrel and finally the mystery in the hands of a ruler. The ruler is Yutin. After that, the secret realm was commanded by the name of Yutin's lord. Numerous practitioners in the secret area believed in Yutin's lord and regarded it as a godlike existence. Yutin Palace, also recognized as the first force in Yutin's secret territory, is extremely transcendent. In a remote town in the secret place of Wutan, there is a sword hall called Tianho Sword Hall. The couple created this sword hall. They have been teaching some young people in the sword hall. Swordplay has been around for almost 50 years now. Under the old tree in the sword museum, a middle-aged man in black sat there, holding a yellowed book in his hand, and flipped around there. Teacher, this month I have started to follow the instructions of the teacher to practice Thunderfire sword art, and practiced it for a whole month. I barely mastered this technique, but when I actually showed it, I didn't feel right. A teenager who looked just 16 or 17 with a touch of immature frowns on his face. The middle-aged man put down his books. You show thunder swordsmanship to see. Yes. The boy immediately began practicing swordsmanship. Chapter 38:48. Third more. With the practice of swordsmanship, the middle-aged man could not help but shake his head just by using 2 swords. Stop it, said the middle-aged man. The boy immediately stopped the swordplay in his hand. You just told me that you've barely mastered this thunderbolt sword, but now I think you're far from mastering it, and even the most basic entry has not been reached. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, I told you earlier that swordsmanship is not in its line, but what it means. Thunderfire swordsmanship. Why should it be named after the fire of thunder? It is the thunder of thunder and the fiery irritability of thunder. But you have just the sword technique used is as gentle as the girl's house. How dare you say that you have mastered it? Ah. The boy's eyes widened. His heart suddenly opened up. No wonder he always felt that his sword skills were wrong. It turned out to be this way. Remember, what kind of swordsmanship is suitable for practicing what kind of swordsmanship? Your dignified man looked at you like a fiery fire before letting you practice this thunderfire swordsmanship. How could you practice this? I will give you another month. Time, this month, if you can't really master this thunderbolt sword, you don't need to come to the sword hall again. Middle-aged man said, Yes, teacher. The boy turned and left immediately. Fu Jun, are you too strict with this little guy? A beautiful woman in a plain robe walked to the middle-aged man and sat down. Yen has a high apprentice. This little guy is also a bit talented in swordplay. As long as he is slightly tuned up, he will be able to mix the wind and water in this secret realm in the future. The middle-aged man smiled. That's right. This middle-aged man and the beautiful lady in the robes are just as cold as Jian Wushuang and his wife. The 2 of them traveled for more than 3,000 years in the divine realm before they settled in this mysterious realm of Wutan. As for the sword museum, it was only opened without any problems. Huh. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly moved, and he smiled. 30 years ago, the little guy who carried the deep hatred of blood came back. Oh. The cold, frosty soul strength also permeated, but followed with a smile. Fu Jun, didn't he look good on that little guy at first? And also taught him some more advanced sword skills in private? Jian Wushuang opened this sword hall. Almost all the disciples who came to the sword hall were treated equally, and the sword art of kendo is only some of the most basic. Any disciple in the sword hall can learn, but only 30 years ago he opened a small stove for that little guy and taught the opponent some more sophisticated swordsmanship. Of course, the so-called higher sword art, in the view of Jian Wushuang himself, is actually garbage. But for the little guys who are only chaos and gods in the sword hall, it is aloof. The little guy also had some talent in swordplay, and his strength improved quickly under my teachings. But when he broke through and reached the deity, he left without leaving, and now returning to see how he looks, it should be already revenge. As for strength, has also reached the level of the great god, which is considered good. Jian Wushuang smiled. While the 2 were talking, a young man wearing a bucket hat had arrived at the gate of the sword hall. Jian Wushuang made the young man come in. Teacher. The young man's voice was a little hoarse. Huyang in your eyes as well as my teacher. Jian Wushuang looked at the young man indifferently. Huyang was the young man's name. The disciple knows the wrong and does not ask the teacher to forgive him. The disciple only hopes to live with the teacher when he is alive. Huyang respectfully said, I have a lot of disciples in the sword hall, and there is no shortage of you. but there are too many leaves falling from my yard, but I need to be cleaned and cleaned by myself from time to time. Hu Yang froze, but immediately followed, and even surprised, "Thank you, teacher." "Well, look at you like this. I'm afraid it's been a long time to go. Quickly go to the backyard to clean up the house and rest." Lung Rushuang said, "Thank you, master." Hu Yang immediately swept towards the backyard. After Hu Yang left, Jian Wushuang looked at each other coldly and both laughed. "You are a knife tofu heart." Lung Rushuang cursed with a smile. "This little guy left without saying goodbye. The teacher, didn't punish me a little bit. What would I do?" Jian Wushuang said. The two were chatting with each other, and the scene was extremely warm. From then on, that populous Euphratica stayed in the courtyard every day, bringing tea and water for the two couples of Jian Wushuang and clearing the dead leaves in the courtyard. After half a month, several streamers came to the front of the sword hall, and without notice, they fell directly on the longer center of the sword hall. Many disciples who are practicing in the sword hall have stopped their movements and looked at these figures. Jian Wushuang also came to the school ground. "I don't know if you all come here. What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang looked at the people in front of him calmly. "Library owner, do you remember me?" Among these figures, an evil young man in a golden robe stepped forward and said with a smile, "Is you?" Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "Of course, I remember that you came to my sword hall to study more than 10 years ago, but just in March I saw that you were born with poison and expelled you from the sword hall. Since then, you no longer have any relationship with the Sword Museum." Jian Wushuang and his wife have established the Ho Jianguan for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, many young people have come to this sword hall to learn swordsmanship. Among them, there are some maggots and scum. Like this evil young man in front of him, he is the kind who is poisonous and evil by nature. After being seen by Jian Wushuang expelled him from the Sword Museum. Just being expelled and no other punishment, Jian Wushuang is already very kind. "It's me. I came here today to introduce you to my new worship teacher." The young man in Jin Pao looked at a cold old man with narrowed eyes after he said it. "You are the owner of this sword museum?" There was a flash of sharp light in the cold old man's eyes. I heard that you drove my disciples out of the sword museum more than 10 years ago, and you are still insulting my students. I do know what I do as a teacher. Today, S husband wants to get justice for him. You can do it." As soon as the cold old man said, many disciples at the sword hall immediately understood. The feeling is that the young man in the gold robe was humiliated in the sword hall more than 10 years ago. Now he worshipped a new teacher and came back to show off his strength. I want to play against the teacher. Go through my level first." Lung Hung rang, and a figure was directly in front of Jian Wushuang. It was just the populous Euphratica that had been sending water to Jian Wushuang tea for half a month. Chapter 3849. Fourth more. As soon as Hu Yang appeared, the breath of that great deity swept away, causing a sound of exclamation in the sword hall. Yutin's mystery is only one side of the world. The strongest is Yutin's lord and only one ruler. But aside from Yutin's lord, the strongest in Yutin's secret territory are those undead saints. But the number of undead saints in Yutin's south secret place is not many, and anyone is definitely a big man. In this city, the great deity is already a terrible powerhouse. At least the city owner of this city is far from the great god. Great deity. The young man in the golden robe was also shocked, but at the thought of his teacher's strength, he immediately felt relieved. "I didn't expect that there is still a great deity in this small town." The cold old man squinting glanced at Hu Yang, but shook his head and said, "A great deity is not qualified to be in front of the husband. Presumptuous." As soon as the words fell, I saw a strong breath of divine power swept up directly, sweeping everything and destroying everything. The breath of populous Euphratica was completely covered or even defeated. Undead Saint. Huyang was overwhelmed. While many disciples in the Sword Hall were shocked, they were excited again. Immortal Saint, for these young disciples in the Sword Hall, it is almost a legendary existence. But I did not expect to see one today. Haha, see it. This is my new teacher, Lord of the Eyes. The young man in the gold robe was very proud of seeing his master show great power. Teacher, this man is an undead saint. I am not his opponent. Huyang said softly before blocking the sword without double sides. Well, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but suddenly he frowned. Are you in trouble again? Really? In the void not far away, there were more than 10 streamers rushing straight. At the beginning, it was only black spots, but in the blink of an eye, it already appeared in the Sword Hall. And these more than 10 figures can be more swaggering than when the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe enter the Sword Hall. Although the cold old man was an undead sage, he broke into the Sword Hall without being notified, but it was only after entering the Sword Hall that he showed his divine power. But the more than 10 people who are here now can detect the scorching weather from them from a distance. The breath of divine power was extremely powerful. For everyone in the Sword Museum, it was like a god making them tremble. More than 10 figures appeared in front of everyone in the Sword Museum. Undead saints are all undead saints. Even the cold old man was shocked. He looked at the sudden appearance of more than 10 people. Not only that, they have a strong breath, much stronger than the strongest undead saint I have ever seen. At least it has reached the level of 6th, even 7th. The 6th and 7th order true sanctuaries are absolutely superlords in Yutin's secret territory, and are not comparable to other first order true sanctuaries at all. In the presence of more than a dozen people, the arrogant and cold old man who had just been so arrogant immediately rose up and stood there, showing the color of awe, and dared not say much. Who among you is Huyang? The icy voice, like a god, came from the purple-haired woman, headed by more than a dozen silhouettes. The purple-haired woman's breath was also the strongest. Jian Wushuang saw at a glance that she had reached the top saint level. Have you come to this little guy? Jian Wushuang glanced at Huyang in front of him, already guessing in his heart. This populous Euphratica bears a deep hatred of blood and blood from the beginning. He started practicing sword art in the Sword Hall and waited until his strength became strong. After more than 30 years, he chose to return, and his expression was not as depressed as before. Although Chiu reported it, he was afraid that it caused a lot of trouble. Sure enough, Huyang sighed lightly, with a trace of misery on his face. Huyang! The purple-clad woman looked down at Huyang. I am the 9th elder of Yutin Palace. You killed my core disciple of Yutin Palace. The crime is so wicked that I will take you back for punishment. The voice of the woman in purple was trembling, and when she heard her words, there was a commotion. It turned out to be Yutin Palace, but also the 9th elder Shada himself. The cold old man's voice was a little trembling. As for the young man in the gold robe next to him, his frightened body shivered. Yutin Palace, which is recognized as the strongest force in Yutin's secret realm, is the Lord of Yutin who controls Yutin's secret realm. An elder is under the Lord. The elders of Yutin Palace casually took out one of the highest beings among the undead saints, and their status was even more sublime. Anyone was lame, and the entire Yutin's secret place would tremble with a super-existence. This man named Huyang dared to kill the core disciples of Yutin Palace, but also attracted the elders of Yutin Palace to come to him to catch him. The cold, old man admired. Huyang's face was like standing water. He looked up at the woman in the purple dress without any thoughts of resistance. Sir, I am willing to go back with you, but this matter has nothing to do with my teacher and this sword hall. Be implicated. My Yutin Palace has always had clear grudges. It was the one you killed, and naturally you will only find you. The woman in purple clothes said coldly, Thank you. Huyang relieved, and was about to leave with this woman in purple. At this time, and many more. A bland voice sounded from behind Huyang. Huyang turned his head subconsciously, but saw his teacher, Jian Wushuang. Teacher. Huyang frowned. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. People in Yuten Palace, this populous Euphratica, is my disciple. He made a mistake. I, as a teacher, can't let go of it. So, you, the Yuten Palace owner, know that I asked someone to greet him, and that's all for now. Jian Wushuang said the wind is light and light, very casual, but it was heard in the ears of everyone else who was there. Even a few women in the purple clothes from the Yuten Palace were frightened. Yuten Palace, he knows? The trustee said, hello, the matter is over? What a joke! Who is the owner of Yuten Palace? That is the deity in the hearts of all practitioners in the entire Yuten's secret realm. It is the most powerful existence in this world. Even the top undead saints must kneel before the Lord of Yuten and tremble. The owner of the Sword Museum, who is he? Can one person ask Yuten to come forward in one sentence? Do you dare play with me? The woman in Z's eyes froze, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. I don't have one. I've been in the news. It's no surprise that your palace master will look for you right away. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3850. Fifth more. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang behaved very casually, was very safe, and felt extremely confident. In fact, Jian Wushuang is certainly confident, Lord of Yuten, but a ruler. When Jian Wushuang was weak in the early days, he ran through the realm of the gods, one of the rulers of His Majesty's majesty. He doesn't need to call the Lord of the Heavens at all now. He just said hello to the 3 leaders of the heavenly palace. This is enough. With his current strength and status, a casual word is enough to shake the mountain in the early days. Even if he greets at will, the 3 palace lords who cut the Tianming didn't dare to neglect. Immediately the Lord of Yuten was reached as quickly as possible. As for the next, the saints from Yuten Palace were scorned by Jian Wushuang. They did not believe what Jian Wushuang said. They thought that Jian Wushuang was playing with them. Not only them, but even Huyang thought so. He also worried about his teacher. But when the woman in the purple clothes was about to take down the sword Wushuang, in their hearts, the Lord of Yuten actually passed them on. Palace, has the messenger been heard? The woman in the purple dress froze slightly, but when she saw the content of the message, the woman in the purple dress was pale and frightened, and an unprecedented terror appeared in her eyes. This was the messenger of the Lord of Yuten. Stupid, what are you doing? Immediately, give the one in front of you, and wipe out the anger of the other party at all costs. If the other party is even dissatisfied with you afterwards, a few of you, as well as those close to you, including your teacher or friends, wash your neck and wait to be slaughtered. Yuten's lord was obviously really angry. There was even a deep panic in that anger. This panic was felt by several women in the purple clothes. How can this be? The woman in purple and the undead saints from Yuten Palace are trembling at the moment. From the words of Yuten's lord, they realize that they may be a real superexistence in front of them, even better than their lord. The Lord of Yuten is even stronger. Is it the master of the top rules from the early world of the gods, or even the master? The woman in purple thought in horror. As an elder of Yuten Palace, she knows more about Yuten's secret realm than others. She knows that she is only in the secret territory of one side of the world, and their lord of the palace is only a ruler in the pre-god world. And in that early divine realm, there were many rulers who were stronger than the main rule of his palace. Chances are they've met one now. Taking a deep breath, the figure of the woman in purple immediately fell down. In the sword hall, everyone was waiting for the reaction of the purple women. When they saw the purple women falling down, they thought their women were about to start. But in the end, the woman in purple came to Jian Wushuang, but she knelt down on one knee directly. I'm offended when I don't know the identity of the adult. The adult can dispose and punish me, etc. at will. But I also ask the adult to know for those who are not guilty, they can open up and let me wait for my life. The woman in purple was kneeling there. Her head was very low, and the other undead saints were also kneeling down there. The atmosphere did not dare to come out. Silence! The entire sword hall was dead. The cold old man and the young man in the golden robe felt at this moment an unprecedented chill that filled their whole body and mind. The 9 elders of the magnificent Wutan Palace, one of the highest powers in Wotan's secret realm, are kneeling down at the owner of the Sword Museum, asking for their lives? No, how is this possible? The cold old man's eyes also rounded. Teacher. Hu Yang looked at Jian Wushuang in wonder. The owner. The disciples in the sword hall were equally trembling. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. I said, just do it. Yutan Palace should not be held to my disciples. Dare. The woman in purple shook her head again and again. At this juncture, let alone Hu Yang just killed a core disciple of Yutan Palace. Even if Hu Yang killed most of the core disciples of Yutan Palace, she would never dare to say more. Okay, you can go, but when you go, take these guys along for me, too. My Jindian temple is too small to tolerate them. Jian Wushuang pointed at the cold old man and Jean. The 2 young men in robes smiled. Yes. The woman in purple clothes nodded respectfully. After getting up, she said nothing to directly use the means to capture the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe, and then took away the undead saints of Yutan Palace. In the early morning, the woman in purple clothes waited for the sword house to calm down again. Okay, they're all separated. Go and practice swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and walked towards the backyard. Teacher. Hu Yang wants to keep up, but pauses on the way. He wanted to know who his teacher was, what his amazing identity was, and why even the elders of Yutan Palace had to kneel before him. But Jian Wushuang obviously did not intend to tell him what he meant. The Sword Museum calmed down again. But what happened before was really seen clearly by many Sword Museum disciples. These disciples were all excited and were guessing the identity and strength of the museum owner. Not only that, this the incident also passed through these disciples and soon spread within the city. But it was only in this city, and it could not be transmitted to other places. So it passed, and there was almost nothing to believe. These people who have lived in the secret world of Yutan since their birth have long recognized that Yutan's secret realm is heaven and earth, and the Lord of Yutan is the strongest being. Strong, they dare not think about it. 10 days later, Hu Yang. Jian Wushuang called Hu Yang over. Teacher, Hu Yang is very respectful. After a while, someone will come to visit the Sword Museum. You wait at the door, wait for him to come, and take him directly to me. Jian Wushuang instructed. Yes. Hu Yang nodded respectfully, even if he immediately waited for the gate of the Sword Hall. After a while, someone came to the gate of Sword House. This is an old man dressed in black, with a thin body and a goatee's beard. This old man has a unique breath. At least Hu Yang cannot see the truth. Dare you ask your excellency to come to visit the teacher? Hu Yang looked at the person. Yes, you are the little friend of Populus Euphratica, right? The goat-bearded old man smiled. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3851. 6th more. Hu Yang's friend. Hu Yang smiled slightly. Sir, come with me. Hu Yang immediately led the goatee-bearded man to the inner courtyard. In the courtyard, still under the old tree, Jian Wushuang and the 2 sat there with tea in front of them. Teacher, it's here, Hu Yang said. Yutan, meet Lord Jiantianho and Madam. The goatee-bearded man immediately saluted. Yutan. Hu Yang stunned. In the secret territory of Wutan, everyone knows that the most powerful is the master of Yutan, so most people will avoid these 2 words when they are named. And the person in front of him is called Yuten? Don't all of you in Yuten's secret realm regard Yuten's lord as a god? Why is this standing in front of you and you don't recognize it? Lung Rushuang smiled lightly. Hu Yang fiercely stared. He had understood what Lung Rushuang meant. Yuten, are you lord of Yuten? Hu Yang man looked at the goat-bearded old man inconceivably. Odin Lord, in this Yuten's secret territory, that is the supreme deity who controls everything. The practitioners in this secret realm start from birth, and they believe in this Yuten Lord. Populus Euphratica is no exception, but now the supreme deity in his heart even stood in front of him, and in front of his teacher it was obviously very respectful and restrained, and then thought that the Lord of Utnan had just described himself as a friend of Populus Euphratica. Hu Yang just felt his head full of cyanosis. Oh my God, teacher, what is there? Why is Yuten's lord so respectful to him? Hu Yang growled in his heart. Okay, Poplar, go down first. Jian Wushuang waved. Hu Yangmu nodded his head, then walked out of the courtyard, but apparently he hadn't recovered when he left. Inside the courtyard, Master of Yuten, sit down. Jian Wushuang waved. Don't dare. Lord Yuten stood there, very restrained. He is, of course, restrained. He is not as ignorant as the cultivation in this secret realm. He is very clear about the existence of the person in front of him. That was one of the strongest gods in the early days. Although it was only the ruler of the rule, it was enough to be tied with the master. Even the masters of the early gods were faintly led by him. He is the lord of the void realm. In the face of such a superexistence, it is good to not kneel down directly. How dare he sit down? Lord of Yuten, did you come for that thing 10 days ago? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes. The Lord of Yuten nodded quickly. 10 days ago, my subordinates didn't know Taishan and offended your lord. I have punished them severely, but today I came to the Lord intentionally. You paid for it. In fact, Jian Wushuang said the time that things were over, that is to say, they would not be held accountable, but the Lord of Yuten took the initiative to pay for his crimes. Haha, that matter is over. I won't blame you anymore, Jian Wushuang laughed. Listening to Jian Wushuang's own words, the Lord of Yuten was relieved. By the way, Lord of Yuten, you are the ruler of His Majesty's rule, and you are still at the core level. Then you should know about the triple path, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Of course I know, and I have been practicing in that second Tao realm before, but only after that happened 10 days ago, I immediately rushed over from the Tao realm. Lord Yuten respectfully said, the triple path realm is of great use to the early divine realm. At the beginning, Xian Xin did not use this treasure to all the high-level practitioners in the early divine realm, but only selected some of them who had a good faith and secretly entered the triple path to cultivate. But after thousands of years, most of the undead saints who entered them broke through and became the masters of the rules, and the masters of the rules have also greatly improved their strength, plus a few of the gods themselves' cultivation in the third Tao realm fully affirmed the efficacy of the triple Tao realm. Therefore, this treasure began to be used by many high-level practitioners in the early gods. In the 2,000 years, there have been a large number of undead saints in the early gods, and the masters of many rules have been sent to the triple path. Among them, the Lord of Yuten is himself a ruler of the core layer of the Heavenly Alliance, and of course he is also qualified to enter the triple realm. Have you been cultivating in the triple realm before? Jian Wushuang looked and asked, how effective is the practice? It's amazing. In less than 1,000 years, I have already mastered one more rule. From the void realm to the void realm. This is the reason why my talent is more general. Several of them entered at the same time as me. The ruler of the second Tao realm has been ascending 2 realms in succession. This triple Tao realm is definitely an incredible place. Yuten Lord exclaimed. After that, he did not forget to glance at Jian Wushuang quietly, because there is a rumor in the triple path realm that said that the triple path real was brought back from the universe battlefield by Jian Wushuang. It seems that the improvement of the strength of the senior Taoist practitioners in the Triple Realm is really good. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly and then said, "Okay, nothing is wrong. You can go back and practice well." Yes. Lord Yutin left immediately. In the courtyard, only Jian Wushuang and his wife remained. Before, we just wanted to find a quiet place to live a quiet life. But after the incident of 10 days ago, we were afraid that it would be difficult to continue a quiet life here. Cold as frost. It doesn't matter, we can just change places. Jian Wushuang smiled. Nodded coldly. In recent years, he and Jian Wushuang have traveled all over the world together and have come to this secret world to live an indisputable life, really very happy. This happiness, of course, she wants to continue as long as possible. Jian Wushuang also knew this, and he was willing to accompany his wife. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's look suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lung Rushuang looked over. Shuanger, I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang frowned and said apologetically. The frost was immediately clear. Is Xingong? Lung Rushuang asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. Xin just sent me a message saying something happened to Xingong and asked me to go as soon as possible. That being the case, then go. Lung Rushuang smiled slightly without paying any attention. But Jian Wushuang is still a little apologetic because he just said that he would take the cold place to the next place to continue this quiet life. But in a blink of an eye, he had to go back to the Star Palace. Go! Don't forget, you are the biggest pillar of Taichu God Realm. Taichu God Realm needs you. Lung Rushuang whispered softly. Jian Wushuang nodded. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3852. The first is more. In the Sword Hall, Jian Wushuang called Huyang. Huyang, my master and I will leave here soon. Jian Wushuang said directly. Leave. Huyang said for a moment. Teacher, where are you going? Beyond this world, it should be a very remote place for you, and this sword house I intend to give it to you. Jian Wushuang looked at Huyang. With a wave of his hand, a sword intention rushed directly into the body of Huyang. I left a kendo in your body. This sword intention barely reached the threshold of the ruler. You can learn by yourself. If, in the future, you can fully understand and grasp the meaning of this sword, you can leave this world and come to me, and I will accept you as a named disciple. Do you understand the sword? Huyang clenched his hands. The disciples must work hard. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. After the explanation, he left with cold as frost. As for the sword hall, he opened it casually. Many disciples in the sword hall and Jian Wushuang also admired Huyang a little, but he only admired Huyang's heart. He left a sword meaning, this sword meaning. It is difficult to fully grasp the talents of Huyang. This is also a severe test for Huyang. If he could really grasp that sword in the future, Jian Wushuang would not mind accepting him as a named disciple. After leaving Wutin's secret realm, Lung Rushuang chose to return to the ancient holy realm, and Jian Wushuang immediately left and rushed to the Star Palace. Within the horoscope, the alert is obviously much stricter than before. When Jian Wushuang came to Xingong, the Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of Heaven and the Heavenly Ancestor were already waiting there. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, I'm sorry to disturb you and your wife. Xian Shindao apologized. Anyway, let's be serious. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. This time some of you were so anxious to call me over. What should have happened to Xingong? Yes, I am in a crisis this time, Xian Shindao said. Crisis? Is it the ancient night magic palace? Jian Wushuang frowned. The overall strength of the Star Palace is now extremely arrogant. Not only does it have its own place, but only a few of the Shinto people. It is the four masters of the fighting force, and the existence of thousands of rules. Such strength, in the Star Domain, the only person who can bring a crisis to the Star Palace is the ancient Night Demon Palace, created by the ancient Night Demon King. Yes. Xian Shin nodded. and then began to narrate in detail. Things are caused by the triple path. This rule is a treasure. The triple path realm is counterproductive. At the beginning, we did not use this triple path realm in the whole Taiji world. But as one practitioner entered the triple path realm, his strength was significantly improved. In order to upgrade Taichu as soon as possible, the combat power of the divine realm began to impress the delay in the early divine realm, and convened a large number of powerful men from all sides to practice in it. Although these were all completed in the Taichu divine realm, even in the Taichu divine realm, there were eyeliners and spies from other astral realms, as well as those forces in this astral realm. In the world, the powerful parties of this star domain have also received the news, and this news naturally reached the Ancient Night Magic Palace. Ancient Night Magic Palace is now the absolute overlord of this star field, and judging from the style of the Ancient Night Magic Lord, he has always been extremely domineering. Before, it was just because my star palace was weak and the Ancient Night Magic Palace, it doesn't look at us. But the magic of this triple world now marches countless powerful people in this star field, and the Ancient Night Magic Palace naturally became interested. Just a few days ago, the monarch and his majesty of the Ancient Night Demon Palace came to my star palace. Jin dominates. Jian Wuxuan looked. He also knows that the ruler of this monarch is a lone master in this star domain. Its combat power is relatively strong among the high masters, and he is deceitful. He must be resentful with many major forces in this star domain. After the rise of the Demon King, the Beihai Palace was destroyed and the Ancient Night Demon King was created. The monarch ruled and then worshipped the Ancient Night Demon Palace and became a master of the Ancient Night Demon King. After the ruler of that monarch arrived, he directly proposed that the Triple Path realm, of course he said it better, saying that the Ancient Night Demon Prince was very interested in this Triple Path realm and wanted to borrow to play and wait for a while time will send me back to the Xing Palace again. Xian Shinto sneered. This kind of deception to a 3-year-old child, we will naturally not believe it. We refused to give him the Triple Path, and the monarch and his lord immediately turned his face with us and even fought. However, although this monarch and his lord's strength is good, he is considered to be very strong among the higher lords. But the 4 of us these years have also been cultivated in the Triple Path, and the strength has greatly improved. Coupled with those strongest treasures you brought back from Xiaoho Xiaoyu before, we easily passed him off. Of course, for the sake of the Ancient Night Demon King, we just defeated him and let him go. But when he went back, he informed the Ancient Night Demon King of it and also said jealously to me the palace humiliated him violently, angered the Ancient Night Demon Prince, and directly rumored that within 10 years, I, the Star Palace Lord, was required to take the Triple Path to personally go to the Ancient Night Demon Palace to pay guilt. Otherwise, he would directly take a shot and completely destroy my star house. After the mysterious Shinto man spoke, his look was obviously with a touch of worry. Not only him, but also the 3 mysterious gods, the Ancestor and the Ancestor of Heaven. Although in the past few years they have cultivated in the 3rd realm, their strength has been greatly improved, but they can only kill the Ancient Night Demon King dominated by Yu Yu with only one move. They are a little bit faced with no confidence. I understand. After Jian Wuxuan heard it, he nodded slightly. He has understood the cause and effect of this matter. It is nothing more than that the Triple Path world is too magical, which caused the ravages of that Ancient Night Magic Palace. But the Triple Path realm is the rule of treasure he brought out from the Red Cloud realm. It has unprecedented use for the entire Taichu deity. How would the mysterious gods surrender this Triple Path realm? Heavenly friend, we are calling you this time, and we want to discuss countermeasures together to see how we can resolve this crisis in the Xingong Palace, said the Master of Space and Time. The Triple Path can never be surrendered. There is no doubt about it. Yes, the Ancestor and Tenzu both nodded. Xianxin, in my opinion, it is better to just abandon the Xingong Palace. We'll go directly to the Tai Chi God realm, and we will not come out of the Tai Chi God realm in the future. Your ancient knight, Demon King, is strong. But as long as we stay in the Tai Chi God realm, he also has nothing to do with us. The Celestial Alliance, Lord said lowly. Chapter 38:53. Second more. Abandon the horoscope. Several of the masters present were stunned. If they directly abandoned the Shingong Palace, and they all returned to the early divine realm, then the ancient knight Demon King did not take them at all. After all, in the early days, the realm of God was exclusive from the outside world. The ancient knight Demon King was even stronger. In the early shooting world, he could only maintain the power of the ruler. His combat power was at best enough to reach the master. Long life. Otherwise you dare not venture into it. But the key is that the Star Palace has existed in this star field for so many years, more or less, and has more strength. Apart from that, there are thousands of rulers in the Star Palace alone. This is a very powerful combat force. In the future, the battle with Devil Star will be used. It is a pity to abandon it like this. And once they choose this way, then they are destined to hide in the early world of the gods in the future, unable to come to the universe battlefield. When it breaks, it breaks. In my opinion, it is the most unfortunate way to directly abandon the Shingong. Now that we have the triple path, we can easily create a large number of rulers in the early world of God, and even many masters. As for the supreme treasure, one of Tion House friends brought it back from the Red Cloud realm before. We can use it enough. Even if we do NT come to the universe battlefield in a short time, it is not a problem. Tinzu also said, I agree. The Lord of Time and Space also nodded. Xian, the Lord of the Celestial Sect, the Lord of Space and Time, and the Heavenly Ancestor all looked at the Xian Shinto. The Shingong was created by the Xian Taoists. It must be abandoned directly. The most reluctant one is naturally Xian. Zuanshen's brow frowned deeply, and his heart was full of hesitation. But before waiting for Xian to reply, Jian Wushuang suddenly said, In fact, this matter has not yet reached the point where the Shingong will be abandoned. Huh. Xian looked up immediately. The other three masters also immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, do you have another way to get out of this crisis in the Shingong? The Master of Time and Space asked. The solution is there, and it's very simple. I went directly to the Ancient Knight Demon Palace and talked to the Ancient Knight Demon King. Jian Wushuang smiled. What kind of method is this? The Lord of Time and Space frowned. The Ancient Knight Demon Monarch is overbearing, and his strength is overwhelming. If you go to him, he may kill you without saying a word. This is not the solution. Heavenly friend, this method is impossible for you at all. The Ancient Knight Devil is definitely not that hard to listen to you. Unless your strength is strong enough, you can compete against him or let him do nothing to you. So maybe I will listen to you. Tinzu said, I should have such strength. Jian Wushuangdo, what? Xianxin Taoist, Lord of Time and Space, Lord of Heaven and Earth, and Heavenly Ancestor all looked at Jian Wushuang together. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, you just said you have the strength to compete with the Ancient Knight Demon King? Are you sure? The mysterious man with a mysterious face. You know, the Ancient Knight Demon Prince killed the top master with one stroke. The formerly recognized strongest player in this star domain, Yu, was dominated by this Ancient Knight Demon Lord. He was scared and furious. How strong June is in the end is a mystery, but there is no doubt that in this star field it should be unstoppable. And Jian Wushuang said that he could compete with that Ancient Knight Devil? Please rest assured. I know the origin of the Ancient Knight Devil. I know the details and strength of him, and I probably know him. Although I am not sure of winning, he wants to win me, but it is not so easy. And if I simply save my life, even if the Ancient Knight Demon King is even 2 or 3 times stronger, I do even think about it. Jian Wushuang is very confident. He did have that confidence. When he went to the darkened demon realm, his combat power had reached the 2nd level of dominating level, and he made a huge breakthrough in the darkened demon realm, mastered a trace of the law of the universe, which increased his strength many times, and after returning from the darkened realm, he stayed in the Red Cloud realm for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, he could have been in the Red Cloud realm twice. With the help of those opportunities, his strength was also greatly improved. He also has a lot of whole cards in his hand. Now he is really strong, very strong. And that ancient night demon is a prisoner who escaped from the first floor of the eternal dark prison. Its strength is either the top dominate of the second series or the primary dominated level of the third series. For these two levels, if it is the former, he can fight head to head, and even the outcome is unpredictable. As for the latter, he can easily entangle him to save his life, even if he is not an enemy. Therefore, from the beginning, Jian Wushuang did not have much fear of this ancient night demon, because the other party couldn't help himself. Jian Tianhou, you really have the confidence to deal with that ancient night demon king? The Lord of the Sky is still unbelievable. That's natural. Everyone is at ease in this horoscope, waiting for my good news. Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing him so confident, the four masters glanced at each other and nodded secretly. In their impression, Jian Wushuang has done wonders for them more than once, like the darkened demon realm, in such extremely dangerous places. They repeatedly discouraged them before they asked Jian Wushuang to break in. But as a result, isn't Jian Wushuang alive and out of the dark demon realm? Like the Red Cloud realm, for a long time, no one in the star field has been able to pass the test of the first day of the Red Cloud realm. But Jian Wushuang has broken through and brought a lot of treasures from the Red Cloud realm and that incredible triple path. All of these add up to their confidence in Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang said that they had the confidence to face the ancient night devil, they also chose to believe it. But you should be careful. If you can't defeat that ancient night demon king, you will retreat. After all, it will not work. We abandon the Shinggong Palace and retreat to the original world directly. Rest assured, I'm not going to make a joke about my life. Jian Wushuang was smiling. After saying goodbye to the four goddess Xianxin, Jian Wushuang left directly and went towards the ancient night demon palace. The ancient night magic palace was once the old nest of Beihai Palace. At first, Xianxin brought sword Wushuang to get the Huangquan sword. When he saw Beihai Palace's old nest, Jian Wushuang was quite amazed. Dominated by a very powerful Tianpeng, all died. Now Jian Wushuang is here again. Chapter 3854. Third more. Beihai Palace, no, it is now the ancient night magic palace. Jian Wushuang is in black, with a sword in his back, standing in the void, looking down at the huge magic palace covered by the magic array in front. Compared to Beihai Palace, the ancient night magic palace now has a stronger overall strength, and the palace gate is more magnificent. Jian Wushuang swept directly to the entrance, and as soon as he approached, the two figures blocked directly in front of him. Who? The breath emanating from these two figures is extremely not weak, and they have reached the level of the four realms. Troublesome announcement, said Blood Sword, came to visit the ancient night demon. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, Blood Sword, Lord of the Blood Sword. Both rulers were taken aback. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Jian Wushuang is recognized as the strongest and most anti-role ruler in the history of this star field, and it can compete with the top masters. These strong are certainly awesome, like the two rulers of the Void Realm who are standing in front of Jian Wu's two sides. If they saw Jian Wushuang before, they must be respectful. But now, thinking of the huge ancient night magic palace behind them, and the one who has the sky the ancient night demon king of the thorough means, their vigor is also full. Lord of the Blood Sword, wait a moment here, and I'll report it for you. One of the rulers immediately went in to inform. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry and stood here quietly. The magnificent palace is magnificent. The ancient night devil wearing a dark ink armor is sitting high, sitting there, and there's a large number of beautiful girls dancing there. The ancient night devil is holding a fine wine in one hand, holding a beauty in his hand, and looking at the beautiful G below, so leisurely. The ancient night devil has indeed been very leisurely these years. He escaped from that eternal hell. Eternal dark prison is almost a huge battlefield of Shura. The prisoners detained there can only survive as much as possible. To this end, the prisoners must always be careful and not tolerate a slack. How can there be a leisurely and comfortable life? The ancient night devil was imprisoned inside. I do and know how many years. He has been driven crazy. Now he managed to escape. The first thing he did was to occupy a large area and search for beautiful women to enjoy the blessing of all people. Relax your mind and body. At this moment, the ruler of the notice came in. Devil, the lord of the blood sword, went outside the palace and said he was visiting the demon. The ruler said on one knee, respectfully, "Visit." There are also several masters in the palace under His Majesty the ancient night demon king, all of whom came here at this moment. Are you sure you are talking about visiting, not visiting? Junji ruled. It's clear, but he's talking about visiting. The ruler of that name, the Lord Junji, frowned immediately. Visits and visits seem to be only a word away, but their meanings are quite different. Now the ancient night demon king is the absolute overlord in this star field. The power of all the parties in this star field, including the top masters, must come here to see him honestly. But the lord of the blood swords who came here now said it was a visit? Visiting is tantamount to placing yourself on the same level as the ancient night demon king. The lord of the blood sword? The lord of a rule? The ancient night devil's eyes looked down, but his eyes were very flat, without any anger. If the other party is a top master, he may still be annoyed when he comes to visit him, but he is too lazy to care about just being a ruler. After all, the ruler is just an ant, and he doesn't care. Devil, the lord of the blood sword, is indeed the ruler of the rules, but it is the ruler of the most outrageous rule in the history of this astral field. His talents are unparalleled from ancient to modern. When the world was born, he already had the top dominance. Oh! The ancient night demon kings look moved, apparently interested. The ruler has the combat power of the first-level top master? These talents, even in the vast universe, are not many. Haha, I didn't expect your star field, and such a genius. After knowing Jian Wushuang's combat power, the ancient night devil was surprised. The lord of the blood sword is not bad. If you capture him and let him completely surrender to me, then when he breaks down to become the master, he may become one of my arms. The ancient night demon chuckled. That cold his eyes looked down. Empty lord. Devil. The emperor salutes respectfully. Do you know the lord of the blood sword? The ancient night demon asked. Of course. The owner of the sky smiled slightly. He is indeed the first demon in our star field and the strongest ruler in history. This is true. His combat power is comparable to the top master. This is also true. And the one who recognizes his top dominance is me. At the time in the Red Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang challenged the strong players from all sides, and the only top master who took the initiative to challenge was the empty master. At that time, Jian Wushuang fought against the empty master. Although falling into the downwind, the empty master had no way to take him. Afterwards, the empty master publicized the sword to have the top dominating power. But now the empty owner has already surrendered to the ancient night demon. This is also smart enough. After knowing that Beihai Palace was easily overthrown by the ancient night demon king, he took the initiative to surrender, and His Majesty also has a large force, who also joined the ancient night demon palace. The position of the ancient night demon palace is second only to the ancient night demon king, and the ancient night demon king is also generous. He followed the ancient night demon king and also gained a lot of benefit-strength ratio before that. It also improved a lot. Since you've dealt with it before, it's even simpler. You go and catch the Lord of the Blood Sword and bring me to see you, the ancient knight demon commanded. Devil, although I am a lot stronger than the main one of the Blood Sword, but the Blood Sword's life-saving ability is very good. Even if I can't beat me, I can easily leave. With my strength, ICANT, he took it. The owner frowned. Oh. The ancient knight devil raised his eyebrows and laughed afterwards. This is even more interesting. Anyway, although you fight with him, I will see how capable this ruler is, but you be careful when shooting, but don't kill him. Yes. The emperor smiled, then turned to go outside the palace. The ancient knight demon is not interested in these beautiful ladies in front of him, but permeates the power of the soul, paying attention to the sword unparalleled outside the magic palace. Chapter 38:55. Fourth more. Outside the magic palace, Jian Wushuang was waiting there silently. Suddenly, a figure looted from the inside of the demon palace and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Are you, empty master? Jian Wushuang showed surprise. The Lord of the Blood Sword, it's been a long time. The emperor smiled indifferently. Did you even join the ancient knight magic palace? Of course, the so-called knowledgeable person is Junjie, and the devil are in the world. No one can resist this star field. What is weird when I worship under the devil, not to mention the benefits I have gained under the devil in these years. Now am His Majesty's first general. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are extremely talented, but no one can guide you in this star field, so you are still only the Lord of the Rules. Why not worship His Majesty and become His Majesty, like me, a major battle? As long as the Demon King will give you a few words at random, maybe you will break through directly and become the master. In the future, will I wait for the Demon King to fight the universe together? Wouldn't you be happy? Said the empty master. Brief to His Majesty the ancient knight Demon King and become his next general. The sword has no weird color on both sides. Empty master, I don't like sending you under the fence like you. If you dominate, I will naturally break through slowly. The master is troubled. I came to visit the ancient knight Demon King today to discuss something with him. I want to talk about something. It should be your Shingong thing, right? Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Haha. Your star palace has been dominated by several masters, and has been indifferent to humiliate the monarch and master of the ancient knight demon palace. The demon is already aware of this, and it is quite angry, and it is about to destroy your star palace. At this time you come to ask for mercy again. I'm afraid it's too late. Of course, if you worship His Majesty and become your Majesty's warlord, the Majesty will definitely not be offended when you open your net. Even your star palace will rise in this star field in the future. What? The host continued to invite. I am the owner. I said that I am not interested in what kind of warlords, and I am too lazy to tell you more. You still have to talk to your devil and tell him to come out. Jian Wushuang was carrying his hands coldly. Road. Toasting without eating and drinking. That's the case, then I can only catch you to see the demon. The voice of the empty master was cold, and a mighty divine spirit swept out of him. The next moment, the empty master will start directly. I saw the Lord's slap turned, and a red-gold sledgehammer appeared in his hand. The sledgehammer was so powerful that it was the strongest treasure in attack. The void shook slightly, and the red-gold sledgehammer of the empty owner directly transformed into a red-gold lightning, smashing across the void towards the sword unparalleled at a terrifying speed. The red-gold lightning is extremely fast, and the mighty power is extremely powerful. This empty master seems to be stronger than he was at the beginning. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows lined up. As soon as he saw the red-gold lightning, he could see that the empty master's power was better than the last time he had met him in the Red Cloud realm in time. We have to be a lot stronger. Of course, he is no longer comparable when Hong Yanji was born. The sword, unparalleled sword, came out directly. Huang Quan's magic sword turned into a dark phantom, and one sword was cut out at will. It is indeed a very random sword, but the origin of the kendo universe contained in sword art is extremely strong. Huh. A low impact sounded, and the arms of the empty master sank slightly. What? Null Lord frowned. But sword unparalleled, and one after another. Each sword is so casual and plain. But this sword came, but the owner could not resist with all his might, and even if he resisted, it was extremely difficult. How is it possible? How does his swordplay work so well, and the power contained in this swordplay? His divine power is obviously not very strong, but the swordplay shows up and completely covers my strength. Sledgehammer. Emperor's face was incredible. The last time he played in the Red Cloud realm, his strength was not as strong as he is now, but he could still easily suppress Jian Wushuang. But he could not kill the other party. But now fighting again, his strength has obviously become stronger, but can fight, but is he completely suppressed? The demon wants me to pay attention to the size. Don't accidentally kill him. But in this situation, how can I still have the opportunity to pay attention to the size? I saw the abrupt scream of the Lord, and at the center of his eyebrow, a cold, cold light suddenly appeared. This ray of light is directly integrated into the surface of the god's body, and the breath on the master suddenly increases suddenly. He wields the power of the red gold sledgehammer, and instantly gets a tremendous increase. Boom! The red golden sledgehammer ran down and down, as if the whole world was oppressed. Second level combat power. There was a flash of surprise in Jian Wu's eyes. The last time the empty master played against him, it was just the normal first-level top-dominated combat power, but now he fights again. Its combat power is obviously among the top masters, which is extremely terrible, and it is still on display. It is comparable to the attack power dominated by the second level. It seems that he did get a lot of benefits under the ancient knight, Demon King. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly, followed the figure, a simple rush, and the Huangquan Excalibur was also a simple straight piercing. His divine power has not been improved, but the origin of Kendo universe contained in swordsmanship is suddenly richer than before. Clang! Huangquan's Excalibur struck directly with the red gold sledgehammer. The sledgehammer looked very heavy, and the sword unparalleled Huangquan Excalibur looked very thin compared to the sledgehammer. But in this collision, the swordless Huangquan's Excalibur did not move. Instead, it was the red gold sledgehammer in the empty master's hand. At this moment, it was directly thrown out. In the hands, the magic soldiers were thrown away. The sword Wushuang, Huangquan's magic sword power, had not been completely exhausted, and it still stabbed directly on the god's body. The master's body was violent, and his breath instantly weakened. How can it be? The empty master stood still again, looking up at Jian Wushuang. His face was incredible. Is it possible? When he met last time, he was able to easily suppress Jian Wushuang, but now, in a blink of an eye, with the help of the ancient knight Demon King, his strength improved, but was easily defeated by the opponent. The Lord of the Blood swords turned out to be so bad, defeated the empty master in front, but Jian Wushuang did not feel the slightest satisfaction. For him, the masters of the level of the empty master are as difficult to attract his attention. Ancient Demon Lord, you should have seen it after seeing it for so long. Jian Wushuang said suddenly. His voice echoed throughout the magic palace. Chapter 3856. Fifth more. Ha! Magnificent laughter rang through the world, and within the rules of the ancient knight demon palace, a burly figure of a black war frame slowly stepped out. Behind this burly figure, he also followed several masters who surrendered to the ancient knight demon monarch, including the monarch master. Is the Lord of the Blood Sword right? Someone under me said that you can compete with the top masters at the level of the Lord of the Rules. I am still not quite convinced, but now you see, you are better than they say. Many more. The owner has followed me all these years, and his strength has improved a lot. I have also taught him a trick. The combat power that broke out in a short time can barely reach the second level, but you are still defeated by your sword. I am afraid that your strength is better than the one I defeated before. There was a trace of heat in the eyes of the ancient knight demon king. I decided, starting today, you are my first general. And as for the master, let me be the second general. Hearing the words of the ancient knight demon king, the emptiness of the mouth of the Lord was slightly drawn, and he did not speak. The world has always been respected for its strength. Jian Wushuang defeated him. If he really worshipped His Majesty the ancient knight demon king, it would naturally be the first general, and his position must be higher than him. You are the ancient knight demon king? Jian Wushuang took a closer look at the ancient knight demon king. It is worthy to escape from a purgatory-like place in the eternal dark prison. The breath and oppression of the ancient night devil are extremely strong. The whole person stands there without having to take a shot, but it feels like a worldwide demon in general. The spirit alone is enough to make ordinary masters afraid. The ancient night demon, you want me to be your general, and that's simple, as long as your strength is strong enough to tremble me. But until now, I have not the slightest tremor, or even the idea of fear. Jian Wushuang smiled. Haha, a genius like you is a bit arrogant and normal. You want to see my strength. I fulfill you. You are optimistic. The ancient knight devil laughed and waved directly. Convergence of divine power. The ancient night demon's right hand became crystal clear and immediately directed towards the location of the sword Wushuang. A direct shot. A simple shot. But instantly there is a towering handprint condensed in the void. This handprint contains 5 different rules at the same time, and they are perfectly integrated with each other, exuding a breathtaking sense of extinction. As soon as it took shape, the huge surrounding space was completely shuttered, as if it could not bear the power of the palm print. Around the demon palace, the lords of the ancient night demon palace, including many rulers, saw their palms widened and exclaimed the moment they saw the print. In their eyes, this palm print was terrible. Those masters saw it more thoroughly, and they could very clearly sense the power of their body that shivered in the palm print. This power is like being able to kill them at will with one hand. And indeed it is. At one time, this ancient night demon prince killed the top-level Tianping master with one hand, and then he will dominate the heavy damage of the second level of Yu, scaring him away. Now, this palm, the ancient night demon, is just to deter Jian Wushuang. He doesn't want to kill Jian Wushuang. So the power of this palm has not reached the level of killing Tianping, but it is also amazing. At least the average master can't afford it. Seeing this huge palm print bombarded, Jian Wu's eyes were dim. Before this ancient night demon master did not shoot, Jian Wushuang could not judge his specific strength, but now he really shot. Jian Wushuang knew that the strength of this ancient night demon king should not have reached the 3rd level. It is estimated that the peak of the 2nd series are the most extreme. The strong at this level alone are not yet qualified to make sword Wushuo fearless. I saw the sword Wushuang still inexorably wielding the Huangquan, divine sword in his hands. A heavy sword rises, forming a heavy and heavy earth sword area. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuo already covered dozens of major sword areas in front of him. He stood there, motionless, and let the huge palm print bombard the earth sword. The roar of terror was shaking, and the destruction of that huge palm print could erupt completely, sweeping frantically around everything. However, in the very center of the palm printing power, Jian Wushuang still stood there intact. In the dozens of major sword areas on his body, although most of them were defeated, there were still a lot of them left. That is to say, the palm of the ancient night devil has not broken his sword art at all. Ancient night devil, is this what you mean by absolute strength? Jian Wushuang's mouth slightly tilted. Only with this strength, I am not qualified to subject me. The ancient knight demon frowned. Is it bodyguard sword art? But this bodyguard sword art is so good that it can't break my palm directly? But following the ancient knight, devil laughed again. It seems that the devil is looking down upon you. When you just played against the master, didn't you give up all your combat power? Ancient Night Devil, I don't need to say any more nonsense. I really want to see how strong your combat power is. Jian Wu's eyes flashed hot, followed by his figure, and he took the initiative. Call! With the huge wings spreading out, Jian Wuxuang cast the Xuanguang Phantom and appeared directly in front of the Ancient Night Demon King like a teleportation, and then the Huangquan Excalibur cut out. Wow! With a sword, the space was cut open relentlessly. This sword is not very powerful, but the Ancient Night Demon stared fiercely. Good rich Kendo Universe origin. The richness of this Kendo Universe origin. I see you on the first floor of Eternal Dark prison among the countless second-level masters. Few are comparable. This kid, the ruler of every rule, has such a high sense of the origin of Kendo Universe. Wow, 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 wow. I saw one after another, Jianguang. In any one of the sword lights contains the very rich origin of Kendo Universe. The blessing of the origin of Kendo Universe has greatly enhanced the sword's sword power. The Ancient Night Demon King waved his fist and blasted forward. The fist and Jianguang collided again, and again the power was overwhelming. This boy, the perception of the origin of the Kendo Universe is too high. I am afraid that among the third-level masters, they are all very powerful. His sword skill is also extremely exquisite, even under my boxing skills. The ancient Yi Majuan was amazed, but beyond his surprise, there were more surprises. To him, the stronger the sword is, and the more upset he is, the happier he is. Because in his eyes, Jian Wuxuang is already his general. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3857. Sixth more. Another collision. Jian Wuxuang and the Ancient Night Demon stature pulled apart. Little guy, you're really surprised me. A ruler is so high at the origin of Kendo Universe. Today, you will surely become the first warlord of this devil. Shengzhenchen, his body was full of magic, and the power of those 2 fists suddenly increased to a whole new level at this moment. Okay. Jian Wuxuang frowned. Although he could just use swordsmanship to fight against the fist of the Ancient Night Demon, he himself knew that this was the reservation of the Ancient Night Demon. The most dominant master of the second series is purely powerful in divine power, which is much more powerful than sword warriors. After 2 fists smashed, Jian Wuxuang was already struggling. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. Jian Wu's eyes were cold. Huang Quan's sword in his hand was cut straight out, and a swift sword light came. While cutting to the Ancient Night Demon, a special force poured in among the lights. With the addition of this special force, the power of Jian Wuxuang, a sword, instantly increased several times. Pum! The trembled in emptiness, and the Ancient Night Demon King stepped back 3 steps in succession. At the same time, his right hand fist was slightly numb, and he still felt a little pain. But the Ancient Night Devil did not pay any attention to the pain in his arm, but stared at Jian Wuxuang. Just that power, that supreme power. Nothing wrong. It is the law of the universe. Absolutely the law of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword has even realized a trace of the law of the universe. An ancient horror flashed in the eyes of the Ancient Night Demon. The law of the universe is supreme. Even the master, it is extremely difficult to understand a trace. Any master, as long as he comprehends a bit of the law of the universe, his strength can undergo qualitative transformation. Like him, although he is the most dominant master of the second series, the law of the universe has always been unattainable to him. As for the ruler, the universe recognizes that the ruler is able to comprehend a rule of the universe that belongs to a super genius rarely seen in billions of stars. This kind of super genius is enough to make those big forces in the vast universe madly compete for it. Countless top extremes are very eager to accept such super genius as disciples and inherit the mantle. Anyway, this ancient night devil is also the second highest standing, and he himself comes from the depths of the universe. And there are many geniuses he has seen. Super genius, but he has never seen it before. Master of the blood sword, follow me. I guarantee that you will become the master within 100,000 years, and I am not just a solitary master. I also have a division in the depths of the universe. There are all the strong ones, and you follow me to the depths of the universe, and I let the supreme strong person of my division personally come forward to accept you as an apprentice," said the ancient knight demon prince. He now does not want Jian Wushuang to be his sire. This level of super genius is not what he controls at all, but his division can. He couldn't wait to return to the teacher's gate with Sword Wushuang now. "Sure, men." Jian Wushuang's expression moved without questioning. There may be a division behind this ancient knight demon king, but the division door must not be strong. Otherwise, how could this ancient knight demon king be held in the eternal dark prison for so many years? Don't care about the division behind this ancient knight demon king. Ancient demon lord, am not interested in you or your division. Now, you think about how you won't be defeated by me. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and Huang Quanshan's sword turned into a bend in his hand. "Haoyue, when the airstrikes came out, there was a trace of the law of the universe in Jingguang, which instantly caused Jiangguang's power to skyrocket. At the same time, the mighty realm of magic light and the realm of mysterious light are fused together, directly oppressing the ancient knight demon monarch. The combination of the two fields, even the most dominant master of the second level, such as the ancient knight devil, has also been greatly affected in this field." The ancient knight demon prince immediately fought with Jian Wushuang, but after just a few times of confrontation, the ancient knight devil found himself in a slight disadvantage. The Lord of the Blood Sword has a superb understanding of the origin of the Kendo universe. He also has a trace of the laws of the universe. Sword skill is also extremely good. Although his divine power is much weaker than mine, he can rely on the wonders of the laws of the universe. The surrounding area is actually faintly overwhelming me. Gu Yi Mo Jun couldn't help but marvel. He has heard rumors long ago that after a practitioner has realized a glimpse of the laws of the universe, his strength will soar many times. Now it seems that this is the case. When Jian Wushuang did not use the laws of the universe, his combat power was barely dominated by the second level. But now using the laws of the universe, that combat power is definitely the peak of the second level. Haha, Lord of the Blood Sword, you are very good. In this case, the demon is no longer hiding it. The laughter of the ancient knight demon echoed. Even if he saw him slap, there was a black glove on each of the two palms, and the black glove exuded a very strong sense of destruction. It was an extremely powerful treasure. This ancient knight demon king finally came out to attack Arca. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he has long noticed that the ancient knight demon has always been fighting with himself empty-handed. His two fists were extremely stiff, and they were absolutely comparable to ordinary treasures. He repeatedly collided with his own Huangquan Excalibur without any damage. However, after incorporating the laws of the universe into his swordplay, he couldn't carry it anymore, and now the ancient knight demon king finally took out his strongest treasure soldier. The prisoners in the eternal dark prison are indeed so good they can just come up with one, and they are so arrogant. I used many methods and the laws of the universe to force my attack to Bora. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The battle with this ancient knight demon king made Jian Wushuang more interested in the many prisoners in the eternal dark prison. He has decided that when this time is over, he will set off to practice in the eternal dark prison. Of course, the ancient knight demon king in front of him is still unsolved. Master of the Blood Sword, watch the fist. The ancient knight devil's eyes flashed a strong light, and the entire person was completely transformed into a wild beast. I saw the overwhelming violent breath coming, and the ancient knight demon slain directly before the sword had no double-sidedness, and his strength no longer had any reservation, and at this moment completely poured out. Chapter 38:58. The first is more. So strong! I saw the ancient knight demon turned into a fierce beast, and two fists blasted frantically. The boxing method was arrogant and overbearing. Each of the most important fists contained incredible power. Jian Wushuang and the ancient knight demon's fist, each the collision, only felt a heavy mountain oppressing him. In less than a moment of fighting, Jian Wushuang was completely crushed ruthlessly. He even felt the pain in his palm and couldn't hold the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand. In terms of strength, the gap is too big. Jian Wushuang sighed. After all, it is the most dominant master in the second level. The divine power alone is much stronger than Jian Wushuang. This ancient knight demon is not vain, but he directly presses people. Jian Wushuang is difficult to resist. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang pulled away abruptly and pulled away from the ancient knight demon king again. The ancient knight demon monarch was so powerful that he did not immediately catch up. Why, know that you can't beat it and want to stop it? Laughed the ancient knight demon. The ancient knight devil, it really deserves to have escaped from that place, and the strength is really great. Jian Wushuang said. He said very easily, and those who watched the battle next to him, such as the empty master and the monarch ruled them, did not know what Jian Wushuang said. Only the ancient knight demon king, in the same words, his eyes and pupils shrank sharply. Escaped from that place? This boy! Do you know where I come from, and know that the eternal dark prison can't be achieved? The ancient knight demon frowned. Ancient knight devil, to be honest, this time I came I was quite looking forward to your strength, and now it seems that you did not let me down. You are very strong, better than anyone I have ever dealt with. They are much stronger, and you are also qualified to let me use Wu Wei. Jian Wushuangdo. Wu Wei. What is it? The ancient knight demon is unknown. Sword Wushuang took the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand and took the scabbard on the back, followed by a slap, and a black Excalibur exudes gloom in his hand. This black Excalibur gradually floated there. At first glance, there was nothing strange, but the ancient knight devil came from the depths of the universe and was held in the eternal dark prison for so many years. His vision is naturally not low. At the moment of the black Excalibur, his pupils narrowed sharply. This black Excalibur seems calm, but under the surface calm, there is an unprecedented coldness and darkness. The most important thing is that this black Excalibur has an incredible power. This extremity seems to be able to tear apart everything in the world, not only the ancient knight devil, but everyone around it, staring at the black Excalibur. At that moment, the sharpness in the black divine sword seemed to tear their souls in half. Heartbreaking and frightening. What is this treasure? A horror flashed in the eyes of the ancient knight demon. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. He held the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand and rushed forward with a divine power. Wow! A dim shadow of the sword rushed out, like a cloud of mist, directly covering the void in front of him. In the mist, there was an unprecedented cold light flashing. The strongest sword attack created by Jian Wushuang Misty. Humph! The ancient knight demon snorted, and his fist turned into a roaring dragon, which burst out. Everywhere you go, space collapses. In a blink of an eye, the shocking sword light contained in the mist collided with the fist of the ancient knight demon. Pum! Only one loud noise was heard, and the huge ancient knight demon palace shook violently under this impact. At the very center of the two, the ancient knight devil's face changed suddenly, and a horror appeared in his eyes. Following his figure, he stepped back one after another. Each step was heavy and powerful, breaking the void. After standing firmly, the ancient knight demon prince immediately looked at his right hand. The black gloves on his right hand originally exuded an extremely thick gloom, but at this moment the gloom was much dimmer than before. My strongest treasure soldier, did I get some damage? How could this be? The magical face of the ancient night devil is incredible. This pair of black gloves was obtained by him when he fought with people in eternal dark prison and spent a lot of money on a second-ranked strongest man. Extremely, the theory level is among the strongest treasures, and it must also belong to the necessary. This glove is his strongest attacking soldier, but is such an attack on the magic soldier, now in the collision with the sword, unparalleled swordsmanship, only a single collision, his gloves are slightly damaged? The Excalibur in your hand. The ancient knight demon re-looked at the black divine sword in the swordless hands, and his expression was constantly changing. From the start, he was shocked, and finally turned into ecstasy. The rule is precious. Yes, that Excalibur must be the rule of noble. Otherwise, how could a single collision cause some damage to my strongest Excalibur-S gloves, and the blood sword Lord S sword power can be improved all at once? With so much, this must be the credit of that rule of treasure. The ancient knight devil is really excited. He never expected that the Lord of the blood sword in front of him would not only be a legendary billionaire astral super genius, but the latter also had the rule of treasure in his hands. The rule is precious, let alone the master of a second series. Even if it is the third series or even most of the fourth series, there is no such treasure. Such a treasure is enough to make any master below the 5th level crazy. He is an ancient night devil, and he is naturally crazy. Kill! The eyes of the ancient knight, demon king, flashed unprecedented fierceness, and the whole person turned into a fierce beast and flew towards the sword, unparalleled again. And this time, the pervasive power on him is obviously stronger than just now. Jian Wushuang is also not afraid. Wu, crying Excalibur, is in his hand, but he himself has realized a bit of the law of the universe. With this piece of cosmic law, he can barely use a small part of the power of Wu, cry Excalibur, and this small part of power can greatly improve the overall strength of the sword. This is also one of the spirits of Jian Wushuang, who dared to face the ancient knight demon king before. After coming out of the dim demonic realm, he realized a bit of the law of the universe, his strength sword, and then obtained the Wu weeping sword, which made his combat power soar to a whole new level. Because of this, he dared to say that it was enough to fight the ancient knight demon king, and the outcome was unpredictable. Now, the power of this magic sword Wu Wei is gradually revealed in the sword without hands. Chapter 38:59. Second more. Outside the ancient night magic palace, a large number of people gathered. These are the strong men under the ancient night magic palace, of which only a few dominate, but the rule master had a lot. At this moment, they were staring at the battle in the void ahead. The two sides of that battle were truly the ancient night devil that they had determined to be invincible in this star field, and the other was the Lord of the Blood Sword. At the beginning they thought that there was no suspense in this battle. It was considered that the Lord of the Blood Sword was able to make a move in the hands of the ancient Night Demon King. But what happened? The two of them have been fighting fiercely until now, and it has been a while. But they haven't decided the winner yet? What is this concept? Devil and he have all come up with their strongest attacking soldiers, but they still can't win the Lord of the Blood Sword. Not only was he unable to win it, the Demon King was at war with the Lord of the Blood Sword. But he couldn't take the slightest advantage, but he was suffering from the sword art of the Lord of the Blood Sword everywhere. The Lord of the Blood Sword, isn't it just the Lord of the Rules? And he said before that his combat power barely reached the threshold of top masters? Can you see this scene? Where is the threshold of top masters? How much do adults have to be weak? These ancient night demon kings are shocked at this moment. They didn't know Jian Wushuang's strength before, thinking that Jian Wushuang's strength still stayed at the time when the Red Cloud Realm was opened. At that time, Jian Wushuang was at best comparable to the top master, but the average top master in the ancient night demon king said it is almost the same as the ants. The ancient night demon king can kill the so-called top masters with one move. Like the Beihai Palace's Tianping master, it is killed by the ancient Night Demon King with one stroke. At that time, the ancient Night Demon King did not even use his strongest treasure soldier. But now the strongest treasure soldiers are also used. The ancient Night Demon Prince obviously does not retain any strength, but the master of the blood sword can still compete with the ancient Night Demon Lord. Even relying on swordsmanship, he occupies some advantages. This is scary. It's no wonder that the Lord of the Blood Sword can come out alive from the darkened demon realm. So powerful. Even if you enter the deepest part of the darkened demon realm, I am afraid that you may not encounter much danger. Before, I thought Lord Demon King was absolutely invincible in this star field, but now it seems that someone can still compete with it, and the only thing Lord King can counter. It is probably the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the ruler of every rule, can even fight like this with Lord Majuin. Great! Can't help but wonder. There is no way it is the combat power revealed by Jian Wushuang, which should not be possessed by a ruler at all. It's too much against the sky. In the battlefield, the ancient Night Demon King was shocked by the appointment. He really has now revealed his strongest strength, and the power has burst to the extreme. However, the sword in front of him is based on a part of the power of the magical sword Wu Wu Xinjian. Many mysteries are performed at the same time. The power will not be worse than him, and Jian Wushuang's sword skill is extremely high, and his perception of kendo is much higher than his perception of boxing. His only advantage should be spent in eternal dark prison for too long, and his experience in killing is extremely rich. But despite this, Jian Wushuang can rely on swordsmanship, but he can still compete with him, even with some advantages. The most important thing is that there is another hidden danger in the ancient Night Demon King, which is the huge gap between the magical soldiers and the treasure. The rule is precious. The power is too strong. Although my gloves are the best of the strongest ones, the ratio is still far from the rule. I fight the Lord of the Blood Sword, and my fist is against him. The rule of the Supreme Treasure Sword also expands again and again. Every time I collide, my strongest treasure boxer will be slightly damaged. To this day, my strongest treasure boxer has been damaged a lot. I'm afraid these gloves are broken. Ancient Knight Devil frowned, but just then, an incomparable breath came from the void above. The ancient Night Demon King immediately looked up and looked away, but at this look he found a majestic and monumental stone monument, magnificently enlarged in his pupils. The surface of the steel is also surrounded by countless secret patterns. These secret patterns are extremely complicated, and this towering steel was crushed directly towards him in time. The rule of treasure is another rule of treasure. The ancient Night Demon screamed inside. The rule of treasure. He spent so many years in the first floor of eternal hell, and also met countless prisoners. But from the hands of these prisoners have never seen a rule of treasure. But now he is from the eternal escaped and came to the star field at the edge of the universe. As a result, in such a remote star field, he not only saw the rule of treasure, but also saw two things at one time, both from the same person. This second rule is a treasure, of course. It is a town monument. When Jian Wushuang returned to the chaotic world of ancient times, he took the town's steel refinery and collected it. After comprehending a bit of the law of the universe, he has been able to master this town monument. But because of the particularity of the town monument, its true power is worse than the normal repressive class arcana, but it is also powerful enough already. At this moment, the town of Tianbei was oppressed oppressively, and the ancient Night Demon Prince also mentioned the threat of sword, unparalleled in the front, so he could not resist the oppression of that town of steel. Boom! The huge town monument fell directly on the ancient night monster. The terrible power instantly dropped the ancient night devil into the ground below, and severely fell on the earth star, so that a deep invisible pit appeared on the earth's ground. Many powerful men of the ancient night demon looked at this scene in horror. They saw the invincible devil in their hearts, and they were directly manipulated by a stone steel to the ground. Suddenly, A figure has risen to the sky again. It is the ancient night devil. But the ancient night devil at the moment is slightly pale and looks a little bit embarrassed. Awesome. There are 2 rules to the treasure. The ancient night demon stared at the sword, unparalleled. You are also terrific. You were hit by the front of my town's monument, and you didn't receive it much. It seems that you not only have your own deity, but even the top armor of the body, it is also very good. Jian Wushuang also said, Huh. The ancient knight demon snorted, but his heart began to figure out. The Lord of the Blood sword has great strength, and there are 2 rules of treasure in hand. I am not a rival. I am now his opponent. Now I think it's almost impossible to capture him. In this case, he can only use the last trick to kill him directly. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3860. Third more. Ancient Knight Demon King wanted to have a sword capture. After all, Jian Wushuang is a real super genius, and there is not necessarily a single one in the billions of stars. Such a super genius is of immense value. If he can receive his majesty, he can get incredible benefits. But with the strength that Jian Wushuang is showing now, he wants to capture it, which is simply a lunatic dream. In this case, he can only step back and kill Jian Wushuang. He knew that in such a remote star field, the Lord of Swords and One Rule could have such combat power. It must have been an incredible opportunity, like the 2 rules of his treasure, which fully explain this point. So even if Jian Wushuang could not be earned, as long as he killed Jian Wushuang and got his 2 rules, he was searching for Jian Wushuang's Qinquan ring, and he believed that his gain would not be low. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you can drive me to this step. You are really good. But it's also over. The ancient knight demon stared coldly. Next, I will show my strongest hole card. This move, even though I have been in that place for a long time, I have only performed it 10 times. You can be proud of this trick. As soon as the ancient knight devil's voice fell, a lot of black gloom began to condense on his body. Are there any whole cards? Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but admire him. This ancient night devil can always survive in eternal dark prison, and the method is really extraordinary. Until now, there are still no cards, and the ancient night demon king has been fighting with him for so long, and he also knows his strength, but still dare to say that this trick has the opportunity to kill himself. Then obviously your power is extraordinary. Drink. The ancient knight demon lord drank violently, and the breath on his body was suddenly abruptly weakened at this moment, and a hot spit of blood was also sprayed from his mouth. It's a special mystery, and the cost of his mystery is definitely not small. The sword has no 2-sided dignity. When he noticed that the breath of the ancient night devil was weakened a lot, he realized that this trick is not trivial. Boom! The ancient night demon king shot. I saw a lot of dark light condensing at a horrible speed, and in the blink of an eye formed an ancient black giant finger. This black giant finger, carrying the earth-shaking power of extinction, came directly to the sword without fingers. This trick. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he could feel the terrifying power of this trick. If it is said that the ancient night demon under full force broke out, its combat power is already the most extreme of the 2nd level. Then this finger that he costs at a great cost now has absolutely exceeded the 2nd level and reached the level of the 3rd series, and the higher level dominates the level. Oh, this trick, but the secret technique for my own division, was created by the Supreme Hand. The power is extremely powerful. I spent 40% of my divine power and some blood at one time before I could barely show this trick. I don't believe he can resist it. The ancient night demon king's eyes were cold. However, under his gaze, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly erupted into a towering divine power. Boom! The divine power is frantically crisscrossing, and the next moment is directly burning at a horrible speed. Dragon extermination, magic power burns. As soon as this divine power was burned, the sword's divine power increased by 100-fold in an instant, and under the amplitude of various mystic skills, His power at this moment has completely reached a completely new level. Guardian of the Earth. Sword Wushin swiftly exhaled the Excalibur in his hand. Driven by the laws of the universe, Wu Chang's Excalibur also exhibited decent power. In a moment, a major area of sword condensed in front of Sword Wushuang. It took 40 hours to form a full 40. 3 major ground sword areas. Yes, 43. This is after Jian Wushuang came out of the dim demon realm and spent thousands of years in the Red Cloud realm. In those thousands of years, he used the opportunity in the Red Cloud realm to improve his strength again, not only on the laws of the universe, but also on kendo. In swordplay, he now has a higher sense of the origin of the kendo universe. Among the third-level masters, he has reached the extreme. With such a sense of the origin of the kendo universe, fully exerting the trick of guarding the earth can instantly condense the 43 major sword areas. These 43 major sword areas are stronger than stronger. Boom! The old black giant finger slowly extended and finally bombarded the land of the sword on the surface of the swordless body. The instant power broke out. 43 major sword domains and its 30 heavy sword domains were like transparent window paper. They were directly broken by the black giant finger, followed by the black giant finger. 11:32. The first 39 was defeated in the blink of an eye. But by the time of the 40th A-Pei, the speed of the black giant finger was obviously slower. In the 41st A-Pei domain, the black giant finger paused for a long time before barely breaking. As for the 42nd, the black giant finger failed to defeat the 42nd sword area and dissipate. The black giant finger most stopped at the 42nd level. I used the technique of dragon extermination and the strongest defense sword and earth guard under the premise of a surge in divine power. But I was also defeated by the 41 heavy sword domain. The power of this finger is really real. Sword Wushuang could not help but admire. Jian Wushuang was just admiration. But the ancient night devil was horrified, even terrified. How can it be? I spent great divine power and even sacrificed some of the strongest means of casting blood, even if it is the general third-level elementary master in the eternal dark prison. It is estimated that it will be badly hit by this move. Every ruler of the rule, not only I completely blocked this move and still rely on the perfect protection of body swords. I didn't even break his body swords with this trick. How could he be so strong? The ancient night demon trembled physically and mentally, but Jian Wushuang's cold eyes had already looked at the ancient night demon king. Ancient night demon king, your strongest means have already been performed, so you can borrow me another sword. Jian Wushuang slowly raised the Wu, crying Excalibur in a frantic flame, and waved wildly. The next moment, a horrible, hazy sword shadow was cut out directly. The strongest swordplay, hazy. The same sword can be used to perform the sword unparalleled operation after the dragon annihilation. The power of this sword is much more powerful than before. Not good. The ancient night demon king's face changed greatly, and he could see at a glance that the sword might be extremely powerful. At least it had reached the threshold of the third level. Even if he did not dare to pick it easily in his heyday, let alone his at present, the divine power and blood are greatly damaged, and the combat power is at most only 60% of the heyday. 60% strength. How dare to take this sword? Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 38:61. Fourth is here. Escape. The ancient night devil does not hesitate. I saw that his body shape suddenly changed from 1 to hundreds, and this figure fled from all directions. Although the mist formed by Jian Wushuang's hazy sword technique enveloped the past for the first time, it only covered part of the body. The covered figures were all annihilated by Jian Guang, but it is clear that the deity of the ancient night demon is not among these figures. Wow! The shape of the sky suddenly dissipated, and the figure of the ancient night demon monarch had appeared in the void far away from the sword unparalleled. Obviously, the strength is damaged, but there is still such a powerful life-saving technique that can be cast from the eternal dark prison. Even if it is seriously injured, I can't kill him. Sword Wushuang retracted the two-handle rule arcane. Also stopped the burning of divine power in the body. The ancient knight demon king, at this moment, stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn look. As for those strong men who watched the ancient knight magic palace, they were silent. The battle in front of them was in their eyes from start to finish, and of course they saw it at the end. Ancient Knight Demon King showed his strongest hole card, but he failed to break even the sword unparalleled body sword skill, the last sword of Jian Wushuang. But the scared ancient knight demon monarch fled, and did not dare to compete with it. Obviously, in this battle, the sword is unparalleled. On strength, Jian Wushuang is still above this ancient knight demon king. From today on, the strongest in this star field is estimated to be replaced by the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Emperor sighed inwardly. I even ran to the Star Palace to let go of the word, and even the Lord of the Blood Sword was actually attracted by me. The ruler of that monarch was terrified. Previously, the ancient knight demon king supported him. He didn't care about Xingong at all. Even if he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him, he didn't care. But now he knew that the strength of the Lord of the Blood Swords was even more terrible than the demon behind him, which made him truly frightened. He can imagine that if Jian Wushuang is going to kill him, the ancient knight devil may not stop it. And even if it is to stop it, it is probably impossible to stop it. Master of the Blood Sword, you won this battle. The ancient knight demon king finally spoke. He didn't say much, nor did he justify himself. Losing is losing. He spent so many years in the eternal dark prison. I do know how much there is. If he did even have the courage to admit defeat, he would have been killed for a long time. Ancient Knight Demon King, you are really strong, especially the last finger. Almost defeated. My strongest body protection means I can beat you, but also fortunate, plus the assistance of the treasure. Jian Wushuangdo. Treasure is also a kind of strength. The ancient knight, Demon Jun, smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, here is at the gate of my ancient knight Demon Palace. Why not go with me to the Demon Palace? Let me talk about it in detail. How about it? Let's talk about it in detail. Jian Wushuang looked, and then nodded with a smile. Since the ancient knight Demon King invited me, then I'm welcome. Please ask the demon to lead the way. Haha, come with me. The laughter of the ancient knight devil is extremely happy. Just now, Guyejuan is still thinking about playing his strongest hole card to kill sword warriors. But now he blinks and invites sword warriors to enter the magic palace to discuss in detail, and sword warriors also directly agreed. This is also normal. After all, Jian Wushuang had no major resentment against this ancient knight demon prince. And before the rule of the king and the prince went to the Star Palace, there was some friction. But this friction is not really hatred. The ancient knight demon king wanted to kill Jian Wushuang because Jian Wushuang was pregnant with treasure. He longed for it, but since he couldn't kill him, he naturally didn't want to be at odds with Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang's strength now eclipsed him. The most terrible thing about Wushuang is his potential. The master level of the rule is so strong. Who knows how strong he will be when he breaks through and become the master. As for Jian Wushuang, he can't kill the ancient night demon, but he also needs to know some things in the eternal dark prison from the ancient night demon. And of course, he won't choose to be evil with the ancient night demon. Both knew that the other was strong and could not be the enemy. In the magnificent magic palace, the ancient night devil did not choose to sit on the towering throne above, but sat in front of the case with the sword without a double face, which is also a respect for the strength of the sword without a sword, and put the sword without a sword completely on an equal footing with yourself. On the case there is fine wine. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this is the wine I collected from the treasure house of the Beihai Palace after I overthrew the Beihai Palace. This wine is of great help to the practitioners who dominate the following. The most important thing is that it tastes good. Do you want to taste it? Taste? said the ancient knight demon king. Jian Wushuang glanced at the fine wine, but shook his head. No, I don't want to hide it. I came here this time to find you, the ancient knight demon king. Oh, the ancient knight devil frowned. You came for the Star Palace thing? This is one of them. Jian Wushuang nodded. This is something I have done too much in, and I will give you the Lord of the Blood Sword. The ancient knight demon voice solemnly followed his eyes and glanced to the side. Magic monarch. The monarch dominated and immediately fell to his knees. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this matter arises because of this monarch. He saw the special treasure of the Star Palace, the Triple Path, so he asked for it in the name of my ancient knight magic palace. After the Lord of the Star Palace defeated, I told the treasure to me when I came back, and told me that I was bitter. I am the Lord of the ancient knight magic palace. In order to maintain the face, I was told that the Lord of the Palace would send the treasure to him. Come up. Ancient Knight Demon King said. I can understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could see that the ancient knight devil did not lie, and there was no need to lie. In this case of the ancient knight demon palace and the Xing palace, the monarch and the king dominated a large part. Now Jinyi is here. What do you do with the Lord of the Blood Sword? www. Until novel. It doesn't matter if you kill him directly. The ancient knight demon took a drink from the case. Feel free to say, he said easily, but the monarch who was kneeling beside him was terrified. Devil, forgive me, forgive me. The ruler of the monarch kept asking for mercy, but the ancient knight demon prince did not look at him. To the ancient knight demon monarch, this monarch is the master of the First Order. As far as the master of the First Order is concerned, such a master is a lot in the universe. He doesn't care. However, Jian Wushuang is different. This is an incredible super genius with unlimited potential in the future. What he has to do now is to pull as much as possible with Jian Wushuang, but he will not fight against Jian Wushuang for the sake of a prince. Chapter 3862. Fifth more. Kill it. Jian Wushuangro watched with interest. Kneeling beside him, the monarch who was begging for mercy. This monarch dominates the mighty masters, and he is definitely a top-level existence in this star field. Once there was no sword double-sided to such an existence, he had to look up, but now he is kneeling in front of himself. Can decide its life and death. It's nothing. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you have to go to my star house. As for what to do, you should consider it yourself. Jian Wushuang rode. He said to Terra now that killing a high master has no sense of accomplishment. Thank you very much for the Lord of the Blood Sword. Spare your life. The ancient knight demon lord said coldly, Thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword. Thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword. The monarch ruler was relieved. I immediately set off and went to the Star Palace to pay for my sins. Jian Wushuang just waved his hands arbitrarily, followed by looking at the ancient night demon solemnly. Ancient night demon, when I come this time, there is actually another more important thing. Jian Wushuang lowered his voice, and the ancient night demon became aware, and immediately commanded, You all go down! Yes. The empty host and others who escorted aside immediately bowed and left. In the entire great hall, there are only Jian Wushuang and the ancient knight demon king. The latter also directly imposed a heavy prohibition to prevent someone from hearing the dialogue between the two. Master of the Blood Sword, you can speak now. The ancient knight demon lord looked over. The ancient knight devil, I didn't meander. I just said I'm very interested in that eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuangdo, you really know the eternal dark prison. The ancient night demon looked solemnly at Jian Wushuang. In the previous battle with Jian Wushuang praised him for being out of that place. At that time, the ancient night magic king guessed whether Jian Wushuang knew his origin. Now it seems that Jian Wushuang did know. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I can ask, how do you know the eternal dark prison? And how do you know that I escaped from the eternal dark prison? The ancient knight demon asked. This is very simple. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and then turned over and took out something. Guillermo Jun, you should know this thing in my hand. What Jian Wushuang took out was a token. This is a disciple's token of Hongyan's veins, and it is also a token of the disciples of the inner door. Guillermo Jun was completely shocked. He was in the vein of Hongyan when he broke through the kingdom of God and committed a great crime, and was detained by Hongyan in an eternal dark prison. After that, he stayed in the vein of Hongyan. He didn't know how many years. He knew the vein of Hongyan naturally, and knew the power of the vein of Hongyan. Like the division behind him, in fact, it was not a weak side. There are several supreme people sitting in the town. But his teacher did not dare to offend Hongyun, knowing that he was being held in the eternal dark prison, and pretended not to see it. I can imagine that the Red Cloud is strong. However, the people of the Red Cloud have not appeared in the eternal dark prison for a long time. For these dozens or even hundreds of chaotic times, no new prisoners have been held in the eternal dark prison. Therefore, the eternal dark prison has been circulating. It is said that the pulse of Hongyun has been completely destroyed, and after escaping from the eternal dark prison, this ancient night demon is affirming the fact that the vein of Hongyun has been destroyed, for which he is extremely happy and happy. But whoever thought of this blink of an eye, he met the disciple of Hongyun. No, you are just the master of the rules, and it looks like you haven't cultivated for a long time, and Hongyun's pulse has long been destroyed. I don't know how many years. You must not be a disciple of Hongyun's pulse in the peak period. If I guess, you should have been in the Hongyun Imai Divine Kingdom site for a while, and you got the opportunity left by Hongyun Imai before you became a disciple of Hongyun Imai? Asked the ancient night demon. Yes, I haven't been a disciple of Hongyun Imai for a long time, so you do have to worry. I will hate you because of Hongyun Imai, and I will detain you again in the eternal dark prison. Not to mention this. No idea, no ability. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, since you have just become a disciple of Hongyun, that is not my enemy. The ancient knight demon nodded secretly. He was imprisoned in the eternal dark prison for so long tortured by Yunyan, and after suffering torture, he managed to escape by now. If he does not resent Hongyan's pulse in his heart, it must be impossible. But Hongyan's pulse it is overthrown. The Red Cloud strong man who had detained him in the eternal dark prison originally is estimated to have died long ago, and naturally he will not be implicated in Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang only got a chance in the near future, and then he worshipped under the gate of Hongyan. I am a disciple in the heart of Hongyan. Naturally, I know the existence of eternal dark prison, and I also know that you escaped from the first floor of eternal dark prison not long ago. As for my coming to you this time, mainly I want to ask you something about the eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuangdo, you ask about things in eternal dark prison. Do you want to go in? The ancient knight devil frowned. I have this idea. Jian Wushuang smiled. There are countless strong men in the eternal dark prison. Even the first level, there are countless tops of the second series, and even the strongest of the third series, so place, of course, I want to go in and go through it. You have the tokens of the disciples in the heart of Hongyan. You can mobilize the power of the magic circle in the eternal dark prison. It is an invincible existence at all. This experience, you will not be in danger. That's it. But I still want to get some information about you from the eternal dark prison. In addition, although I know that the eternal dark prison is hidden in the depths of Red Rock Mountain, I don't know the exact location of the entrance. You have to guide me for the ancient night devil. Jian Wushuangdo intelligence is simple. I can tell you everything I know. As for the way, it is not impossible. But I have one condition. The ancient night devil is right. Conditions. Jian Wushuang's expression moved. Tell me. I have an enemy in the first floor of the eternal dark prison. It is an outrageous lunatic. I fell into his hands and was tortured by him for billions of years. It is better to die than to live. This hatred I have never forgotten, but his strength is far superior to me. Before, in the eternal dark prison, I had no way to take him at all. Even if he came out of the eternal dark prison one day, I am not his opponent. So, I want you to take a shot and help me revenge." The ancient knight demon gnashed his teeth and said lowly, "End of this chapter." Chapter 3863. 6 more arrived today. Revenge. Jian Wushuang glanced at Guillermo Jun in shock. He could see that the ancient knight demon monk absolutely hated the enemy, or when he said this, he wouldn't grit his teeth like this. And he could also hear that the reason why the ancient knight demon hated each other was not because the other party had killed some of his close relatives, but because the ancient knight demon had been captured by the other party in the eternal dark prison, passed, and fell into the hands of the other for 1,000,000,000 years. In those 1,000,000,000 years, the ancient knight devil must have suffered the inhuman torture of the other party. However, since the opponent is powerful enough to capture this ancient knight devil, how did the ancient knight devil escape from the other hand? Jian Wushuang wondered, but didn't ask much. "Ancient demon lord, who is your enemy?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Star demon ancestor, among the many masters on the first floor of eternal dark prison, stands at the top and is one of the most terrible masters," said the ancient knight demon king. "On the realm, this star demon ancestor is also just the 3rd level, is the primary dominating level. But his combat power is extremely terrible, and there are many means to emerge. I am also the highest in the 2nd level, and the life-saving means is also good. It can be met by the general 3rd level. Escape. But in the face of this ancestor of the demon, he easily captured me. I had no resistance at all, and he was tortured for billions of years. He finally got bored and let me go." Jian Wushuang frowned. He was still wondering how this ancient knight devil ran away from the ancestors of the star demon. The feelings were not escaped, but released by the other party. After tormenting for 1,000,000,000 years, knowing that the ancient knight demon lord hated it, the star demon ancestor still dared to let go of the knight demon lord. But how confident the star demon ancestor is in his own strength. In terms of strength, the ancestor of the star devil should also be far better than the lord of the blood sword. But the lord of the blood sword is a disciple of Hongyan. You can use the power of the eternal dark prison as long as he is standing by you. In front of you, you can easily use the power of the French array to suppress it and kill him. No matter how strong he is, there is no room for resistance in front of you." Ancient Knight Demon King said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and then said directly, "Ancient Demon Lord, I promise you, after I go to the 1st floor of the eternal dark prison, I will find a way to find the ancestor of the star demon and take revenge for you." "Thank you." The ancient knight demon's eyes lit up suddenly. "Well, now you first tell me some information in the 1st floor of the eternal dark prison." Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the ancient knight demon king began to narrate carefully. It was said for 3 days and nights, and at the same time, the ancient knight demon king also gave Jian Wushuang a very detailed information of the strong. On the 1st floor of the eternal dark prison, there are countless powerful men, and after a long period of time, most of them are known and have extremely detailed information. After that, Jian Wushuang went to Hongsher Mountain under the personal guidance of the ancient night demon. Before heading to Hongshishan, Jian Wushuang also greeted the mysterious gods first, telling them that the crisis in the Xingong had been lifted off, and that the ruler of the monarch would immediately go to the Xingtuan to pay the crime. As for the ancient night magic palace, and they will never be hostile to the Star Palace again, so they don't have to worry about it. In fact, even if Jian Wushuang didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for the Xian Shinto people to know a few of them. After all, outside the ancient night demon palace, the scene where Jian Wushuang and the ancient night demon battled head to face, but many people saw it, and the news of this battle is bound to spread in this star field. Jian Wushuang and the ancient night demon are fighting head-on. Under the premise that all combat power has erupted, the ancient night demon is still defeated. This news can cause a huge sensation in this star field, and Jian Wushuang is bound to replace the ancient Night Demon King to become the strongest recognized in this star field. With this battle as the background, the ancient Night Magic Palace will naturally not be the enemy of the Star Palace in the future. When Jian Wushuang and Xian Shun talked with them, they also told them to go to Hongshishan for a while, so that they didn't have to worry because they would not be in danger. Xian Shinto people are also more at ease. Jian Wushuang also rumored to speak to his wife Lung Rushuang, and with the latter's consent, he really set foot in the Red Rock Mountains. Red Rock Mountain, extremely deep. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I ran out of here from the beginning. The ancient knight, demon monarch, led Sword Wushuang and came to the place where the bloodstone was piled up. In the center of this bloodstone pile, there was a heavy magic circle. This method is extremely esoteric. Jian Wushuang only looked at it, but couldn't understand it at all. This legal array should lead to the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. The reason why I was able to escape from the Eternal Dark Prison was because I just noticed a space crack nearby, and I immediately seized the opportunity to escape. When I stepped out of this circle, I met a master of your star field, the Horned Owl. I searched the memory of this Horned Lord. He discovered this law formation 160,000 years ago and has been studying under this law formation. Finally, it was difficult to find a flaw in this law formation, and then he barely opened a connection the gap on the first floor of Eternal Hell, but it didn't take long for it to repair itself, so I see ANT even go back to Eternal Hell now. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are a disciple of the inner gate of the Red Cloud. There are tokens of the disciples of the inner gate. I do not know that I can rely on the tokens to open into the Eternal Dark Prison, said the ancient night demon. I don't know, but you can try it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, even when he took out the token of the disciple inside the Red Cloud. As soon as the token appeared, Jian Wushuang immediately discovered that the token had a certain connection with the heavy law formation in front of him. With the movement of Jian Wushuang's thoughts, the magic formation was slowly operating. After a short time, a complete space channel slowly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Haha! It seems that the token of this inner disciple can indeed open the space channel into the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wushuang smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there are many strong men in the Eternal Dark Prison. Especially the means of many strong men are very terrible. Although you have the disciples' tokens, you must not be careless, or some sudden attacks can be done without you. With the slightest awareness, you will be killed, so that you will not even have the opportunity to take out the tokens to mobilize the power of the magic circle. Guyi Mo Jun said, I know, thank you for reminding me. Jian Wushuang nodded. In addition, the ancestor of the Star Devil, the ancient knight demon, continued, Rest assured, the things I promised will be done for you. Jian Wushuang smiled, even if the spin directly into the space channel. Chapter 3864. The first is more. Eternal Dark Prison. Gray and gray, seeing no light at all. The fate of those prisoners held in the Eternal Dark Prison has been almost destined since they were held in the Eternal Dark Prison. Perhaps when the vein of Red Cloud still exists and is in its heyday, there will be 1 or 2 lucky prisoners who can be released. But since the vein of Red Cloud collapsed, this Eternal Dark Prison was abandoned in the Red Stone Mountain. In the Eternal Dark Prison, these prisoners will never see the sun again. Somewhere in the void, a space passage suddenly appeared, and the shape of Jian Wushuang stepped out of this space passage. After he walked out of the space channel, that space channel also converged and dissipated. However, the token of the inner door disciple is in Jian Wu's hands. With this token, Wu Jian can still open a space passage at will and leave here. Here is the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wushuang looked up, looking around. In the eyes there is endless void and earth. The whole earth is black and blue, dead, without any vitality. Standing in the void of the Eternal Dark Prison, Jian Wushuang only felt that there were some meager rules of heaven and earth, and even the aura of heaven and earth was much thinner than the outside world. Master Wu is right. The eternal dark prison does not have a cultivation environment at all. Generally, the first level or the second level dominates. If it is held in this first level space, it will barely reach the third level. The series dominates the elementary level, fearing that they can no longer be promoted. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The vast universe, the closer to the center, the better the cultivation conditions. This star field, like Jian Wushuang, is located at the most marginal place of the universe. Compared with other parts of the universe, the cultivation environment should be extremely bad, but the cultivation environment of the Eternal is even more than his star field. Dozens of times, or even more than 100 times worse. In such an environment, even those who have some talent to dominate, the rules of strength cannot be improved much. According to the ancient Night Demon King, he has been staying in the 9th dark area of the first level of the Dragon domain before, and the Horned Lord reluctantly opened a gap in the first layer of eternal dark prison. He seized the opportunity and escaped immediately. That is to say, the place where the heavy circle is linked in the Red Stone Mountain should be the 9th dark zone of the Dragon domain, which is where I am now. Jian Wushuang secretly said, from the ancient Night Demon King, he has learned some basic conditions in the first floor of this eternal dark prison. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is huge and immense. Its area is vast and even exceeds one side of the astral realm. There are 8 domains in this first floor. These 8 domains refer to 8 huge territories in the first layer. These 8 territories occupy 90 nineth of the entire first layer of space, and they also have the most powerful people. As for the remaining territories and the environment, even worse, few prisoners are willing to go there. And the number of prisoners held in the eternal dark prison is more than hundreds of millions. Among these billions of prisoners after countless fighting battles, gradually they have created some top performers. On the first floor of the entire eternal dark prison, there are 10 superpowers recognized at the top. These 10 people are called the 10 Kings. Among the 10 Kings, 8 each occupy a large domain and become the lords of this large domain. Even the name of this domain is named by this king. The magic dragon realm, where Jian Wushuang is now, is the territory occupied by that dragon lord. Although the Lord of Dragons is only worthy of merging the 6 rules to reach the threshold of 3rd level domination, the secret techniques and methods he possesses are extremely good. The understanding of the Tao, including his unique skills, is extremely terrifying. Although the realm is only the 3rd level primary master, but in terms of combat power, it is even stronger than the ordinary 3rd level higher master. Jian Wushuang's mind recalled the words of the ancient night demon. The Lord of the Dragons and the other 9 kings with the same name are extremely scary. On the first floor of this eternal dark prison, there is absolutely invincible existence. Except for the competition between the 10 kings, countless others the prisoners on the first floor, including a large number of masters who have reached the 3rd level of combat power, must be more than weak in front of the 10 kings. In the domain of the demon dragon, there are 108 dark areas. Each dark area has a lot of strong people, like the 9th dark prison where I am now. According to the information obtained by the ancient Night Demon King, there are more than 10. Thousands of prisoners, although most of them are only the highest level of the 2nd level. There are still thousands of people who reach the 3rd level, and the strongest of them are 5, namely the 1,000 Blades Lord, the 9 Penal Monarch, and Bao King Sword Dome, Blood Rain Lord. The ancient Night Demon King has been in this 9th dark zone and has been running for more than 10 times. He knew all the powerhouses in the 9th dark zone. Among the 5 strongest people, although there are still many gaps compared to the super strong who is ranked as the king like the Dragon Lord. Compared to other prisoners, they are still a lot stronger. According to the ancient demon monarch himself, With his life-saving ability in the 9th Dark Zone, he encountered any one of the thousands of third-level masters, and he was not afraid and could escape. But the 5 Blade Demon Lords, the 9 Penal Monarchs, the Bloodbow King, the Sword Dome, and the Blood Rain Demon all took out one, but all of them were likely to kill him. The 9th Dark Zone, the 5 strongest beings, I am afraid that even if the combat power has not reached the 3rd level of the higher dominating level, I am afraid that it is infinitely close. Jian Wushuang sighed. In terms of combat power, he can only be regarded as the equivalent of the ancient night demon, and it should be the highest level of the 2nd series. This is still on the premise of his use of rules and treasures. As for the master of the 3rd series, the strength is definitely stronger past his so. In the first space of the eternal dark prison, the strength is stronger than him. Too much. Just the 9th dark area of this dragon domain. Stronger than him there are many. Of course, even if he is stronger than him, he is a disciple of Hong Yunimai who can mobilize the law of eternal dark prison. So he has stood invincible from the beginning. I came to this eternal largely for the sake of experience, and there are so many strong men in this eternal hell, and the branch has such cheats. I do indeed know the first thing I encountered in this eternal hell. Who is the strong one? Jian Wushuang had a glimmer of expectation in his heart, and immediately he wandered in the gray void. At the same time, the power of his soul, which was not retained at this moment, spread directly. Chapter 38:65. Second more. Although the cultivation environment in the eternal dark prison is extremely harsh, the limitation of the soul power of the practitioner is not too great. It is similar to the Red Cloud Realm. The soul power of the Sword Wushuang is fully released, which can diffuse a range of 100,000 miles. There is no one within 100,000 miles. Jian Wushuang shook his head and didn't care, but continued to move forward. Just half a day later, finally someone. Jian Wushuang's expression moved, and within his soul's power range, he had sensed the presence of a forceful atmosphere. This breath is not much worse than the ancient night devil, and on the ground not far from Jian Wushuang, a figure also rose, and his eyes looked at where Jian Wushuang was. Dare you dare to use the power of your soul to investigate so brazenly? Is it the 9th dark area, the 5 strongest, or is it one of the top 3 of the thousands who dominate the 3rd series? But judging by the power of the soul, the other party doesn't seem to be too strong. The 2-meter-tall man wearing a blue battle armor and frowning his wings frowned, his heart hesitating. In the eternal dark prison, the killing is too crazy. Countless prisoners must desperately kill others to take possession of each other's treasures, so as to enhance their strength and make it easier for them to survive. Because of this, among these prisoners, except for those extremely powerful outside of the strong, confident group, most people are careful. Like this, it directly releases the power of the soul and unbridled to investigate the surrounding scenes, and few people dare to do so. So when he realized that the power of Jian Wushuang's soul was swept away, the cold man with the twin wings was thinking of escaping for the first time. But he suddenly appeared the power of Jian Wushuang's soul, which was not strong. It could even be said that relatively weak. If it is indeed the top of those prisoners, the power of the soul should not be so weak. Anyway, as long as I don't meet the 5 strongest, even if there is a top of the thousands of 3rd-level masters, I can easily save my life by my means and go and see. The cold-winged man made up his mind and approached the other side slowly. Soon Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the sight of this cold man, bearing the Excalibur. So young, this appearance, I have never seen it among the many strong men in the 9th dark zone. It seems that he does not exist. The cold man frowned, staring closely at the sword Wushuang, and the breath of power in him. The Lord of the Rules? Is it just the breath of the Lord of the Rules? The cold man was taken aback. The first floor of the current eternal dark prison, hundreds of millions of prisoners, can survive the crazy killing of hundreds of chaos ages, and any one of them is extremely powerful and arrogant. Generally, The lowest level is the second highest level, dominated by the first and second series. They will die in this eternal dark prison. It won't be long before they die. This is the case for the first level and even the general second level. And the master of a rule even came to the eternal dark prison? What secret technique did he use to hide the breath of my divine power so that I couldn't cut it? Or was he the ruler himself? The cold man couldn't be sure, but soon his eyes were cold. Whether he is the ruler or not. Anyway, he can be sure that he is not one of the 5 strongest in the 9th dark zone. In this case, I have nothing to fear. The cold man stretched his wings behind him and turned into a black streamer, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang like lightning. Is this my first opponent when I come to eternal hell? Jian Wushuang smiled and stared at the cold man in front of him. The wings are born with a back, and the air is extremely cold. With this look, he should be the master of the wing family. In the swordless hands, there is an extremely detailed information of the strong man given by the ancient night demon. More than 90% of the prisoners in the 9th dark area are recorded in it. The wing leader in front of him is naturally also on the strong information. According to the information given by the ancient night demon king, this wing dominates the many prisoners in the 9th dark zone. The strength should be the lowest. When it comes to melee killing, he has just reached the peak of the 2nd level. No, but his life-saving means is very good, slightly stronger than the ancient night devil. Because of this, he can always survive in this eternal dark prison. Who are you? I've been in this 9th dark zone for so long. Most of the strongest in this 9th dark zone I have seen or known, but I have never heard of you. Staring at Jian Wushuang. My name is the Blood Sword, and I just came to this demon dragon realm not long ago. You naturally don't know me. Sword Wushuangdo. It turned out to be a strong one from other domains. The dominating master nodded secretly. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is too large, and the number of prisoners who are still alive is endless. Some of them like to roam around, such as from one large area to another large area. This wing master has been running in the 9th dark area of the dragon domain. He knows some of the strong in the 9th dark zone and even other dark areas in the dragon domain. But if he is a strong person in other large regions except the dragon domain, he knows not much. Blood Sword, are you the master, or the master of the rules? See, master asked. Did you know this battle against me? Jian Wushuang smiled. Then you will die. The Prince of CE is no longer nonsense, and he saw a dark flash of light suddenly on his body, and the wings of his back shrank fiercely. It was originally a human practitioner, but it turned into a huge monster with wings in a blink of an eye. Oh, a sizzling hissing sounded. This hissing sound was accompanied by a sonic attack and rushed into the soul of Jian Wushuang's soul for the first time. This should be the body that is dominated by the wing. Jian was eyes fixed. The body was exposed at the beginning, and the strongest killing trick was displayed. It seems that all the practitioners in the eternal dark prison are not soft-hearted. Seniors. Jian Wushuang rolled his divine power. Facing this wing master, he wouldn't try it slowly as he did in the ancient night demon palace against the ancient night demon king. As soon as this wing master dominated, he went all out, and Sword Wushuang naturally burst out his strongest combat power instantly, even the blades used. At this moment, he also directly used the magic weapon, Wu, Crying Sword. The trace of the universes, laws that Wushuang understands, also instantly merges into swordsmanship at this moment. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3866. Third more. Wow. The monster that the wing dominated was extremely fast, and just a flicker appeared before the sword without 2 sides. Jian Wushuang directly stabbed a stab, and the surging divine power came out along the arm, so that there was a shock in the space. The wing master turned around swiftly, avoiding the sword with great flexibility, and the moment he turned around, the pair of wings behind him suddenly turned into a terrible blade, hissing. The air was cut relentlessly. The layers of Daoguang, which are layered on each other, cut directly towards the swordless double head. Wing sword, and fast. Jian Wushuang was startled. It was a surprise that CE's move was unexpected, but his response was not slow. Get away! The sword Wushuang held the Wu crying Excalibur, which triggered the cosmic laws that came with the Wu crying Excalibur, and the immense and swift sword swept straight down. Clang! The sword light containing terror force hits the wings of that wing dominator at the same time, making a sound of metal impact. The wing dominator only felt a sting from his wings, but his body quickly retreated, retreating to the surrounding void, or the wing leader could not help looking at the wings behind him, and saw a gap faintly appeared at the point where he had just fought with Jian Wushuang Jianfeng. Vaguely blood flowed out from that gap. How can it be? A glimmer of horror flashed in the eyes of the master of the wing. My wing tribe, the hardest part of the whole body is the pair of wings, which have been tried and tested by me. After so many years in prison, I have killed countless times with people, and I do indeed know how many times I use this wing to fight against the enemy, whether it is to resist the opponent's attack damage or to collide directly with the opponent's magic soldier. My pair of wings have never been hurt, but now, just one swell did my wings hurt. See, he dominated in horror and could not help looking at the sword with no sword in his hands. What level is the Excalibur in your hand? See, he dominated. You try a few more times with your wings, and you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, followed by a sharp rush. Ha! 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 I saw a row of mighty jiangwangs displayed from the swordless hands, one after another, directly covering the front wings of the wings. The main body of the wing swayed, relying on his own body, to shuttle from this sword light. After breaking through the sword light blockade, his shape turned into a black lightning, and he slammed into the sword unparalleled. C dominated the unbelief, and this time he still used his pair of wings to attack. Only this time he only used one wing, but it was the strongest sword he created in the eternal dark prison for so many years. Buried! There was also a low howl in the mouth of the master of the wing. This low howl accompanied the sonic attack and madly hit Jian Wushuang's soul to understand the sea. But Jian Shuangshuang is a perfect creature on the soul, unless it is an attack that ignores the soul and directly targets the consciousness. It is invalid. This sonic attack can't affect Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang still wields the sword in his hand, but this time he casts a hazy look. Wow! The hazy sword shadow invaded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a full mist. But in that mist, there was a heartbreaking, cold light. Clang! It was another fierce collision. This time, the wing master found that the pain from his wings was more severe, and the gap that appeared at the collision with the sword front was also larger. His body exploded again, but this time he felt it from a close distance, feeling the true power of the sword with no sword in his hands. The rule of treasure is what you have in your hand. It turns out to be the rule of magic sword. The voices dominated by CE are a bit harsh, and they are even more shocked than ever. The rule of treasure is the treasure on the first floor of the eternal hell, which is definitely a legendary treasure. Not to mention the average prisoner dominates, even if it is the 10 strongest kings recognized in the first floor of the eternal hell, in their hands, not necessarily possess the rule of treasure. But now, this person who doesn't know where to come from and who just emits the rule's breath has the rule of law. No wonder his feathers collided with his sword and there was damage. No matter how hard his wings are, he is only comparable to the strongest treasure. How can he compare with the rule of treasure? Not only has the rule of treasure, but his swordsmanship also contains a supreme cosmic law. His swordsmanship is also extremely powerful, and his combat power is definitely stronger than mine. The master of CE knew it, He can't even care about Jian Wushuang even realizing a trace of the law of the universe now. He wandered for so long in the eternal dark prison, knowing that the eternal dark prison is dangerous. The moment he knew that the man in front of him was overwhelming and knew that he was still above him, he had already made a decision. Escape! There was almost no hesitation in the of CE. Seeing that the situation is not good, fleeing directly. This is the life-saving way in eternal dark prison. I saw that C dominated the huge monster that was originally transformed, but at this moment the volume was abruptly reduced, but the speed of bursting out instantly was extremely amazing. This speed is much faster than the average second-level master, and even faster than the average third-level master. The Wing Master was still fighting with Jian Wushuang the previous moment, and the next moment has escaped thousands of miles, leaving Jian Wushuang no space to chase in an instant. It's so fast, it's no wonder that the speed of this wings can survive in the eternal dark prison. This speed alone, I am afraid, will make most of the third level helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferent, seeing CE dominate the escape he did not chase, because even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up. However, in this eternal dark prison, he wants to kill this Wing Master. Even if the speed of this Wing Master is 10 times 100 times faster, he can't escape. The wing is dominated by C, you still stay. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth with a smile, and when he turned the palm of his hand, a special token had already appeared in his hand. The Wing Master, although fleeing, has been paying attention to the movement of the swords in the rear. When Jian Wushuang was found standing there and had no intention of chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly he heard the laughter issued by Jian Wushuang, and at the same time he saw that Jian Wushuang took out something. What did this blood sword come up with? See, he dominated the sword and stared at what was taken out of his hands. He had seen that it was a token, but this token, it instantly shocked him. Chapter 3867. Fourth more. Hangyun Yame's token? No, that's impossible. C. E dominated the anger. At first, he committed a heinous sin in Hangyun Yamei. After that, a disciple of Hangyun Yamei himself took him into this eternal dark prison. The disciples of Hangyun Yamei did not know him. But there are hundreds of people in Hongyan's veins who have not come to eternal dark prison. Hundreds of chaos ages haven't detained newcomers in this eternal dark prison. This led to a rumor circulating in the eternal dark prison, saying that the vein of Hongyun had been completely destroyed, and their eternal dark prison had also been abandoned. After so many years, many prisoners in the eternal dark prison have long believed this rumor. But C's dominion never imagined that the person in front of him would be carrying a disciple of Hongyan's disciple, and he was a disciple of Hongyan's disciple? What is even more frustrating is that he knows the privileges of Hangyun Yame's disciples in the eternal dark prison. With his life-saving means, as long as he does not meet the 5 strongest in the 9th dark zone, he will be killed by reason. However, no matter how strong his life-saving ability is, in the hands of a disciple of Hangyun, he has no effect at all. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang directly started, relying on the tokens of the inner disciples in his hands. The sword, unparalleled, guided a trace of power in this eternal dark prison circle. Suddenly, I saw the surrounding world shaking, and then a horrible power came and acted directly on the body of C. CE dominated the madly fleeing figure and stopped on the spot. Then the whole person fell as if the power of the French array rolled down directly to the ground, and finally fell heavily on the ground below, lying there, unable to move in the slightest. Master wings dominate. Jian Wushuang's figure flew over at this moment. You are not a prisoner from other large realms. You are from the outside world. You are a talented disciple of the Red Cloud. See, he dominated his head reluctantly, his face full of anger, resentment, and despair. Detained in eternal dark prison for hundreds of chaotic periods, This wing lord dominates the natural resentment against Hong Yun. I thought the red cloud was gone, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. But now he was repressed by the other party by relying on a disciple of Hong Yun's disciples to mobilize the Falun Gong to suppress his death. In such scenes, how can he not despair? Sword Wing Master, I will give you 2 ways to let you choose. Jian Wu's eyes calmed. Overlooking the wing, sword lowered on the ground. The first way is to submit to me for 100,000 years. Not only can I spare your life, but I can also take you out of eternal dark prison and get rid of you as a prisoner. After 100,000 years, you return to freedom. The universe is big. You can go anywhere. Jian Wuxuangdo. The reason why it is only 100,000 years, not millions of years, is that Jian Wuxuang can relax the conditions. After all, in his view, the demon star threatened the gods in the early days immensely. Within 100,000 years, the army of the demon stars must have killed, and his deities and the demon stars will surely separate the victory and defeat. The world is defeated, then I am afraid I must die. In the beginning, if the kingdom of God prevailed, he would be able to travel to the deeper part of the universe with peace of mind. It doesn't matter if the prisoners are not with him, so there is no difference between the period of 100,000 years and millions of years. Submit to you? He dominated and stared at Jian Wuxuang. Of course, your strength is not much weaker than me. In the eternal dark prison, as a disciple of the red cloud, I can suppress you with the help of the eternal dark prison law. But once you leave the eternal dark prison, with your ability, you can leave at any time, and I can't stop you. So make sure in case, I will leave a trace of imprint in the source of your soul. Jian Wuxuang said, if you leave the imprint of the soul in the origin of the soul of the other party, you can easily grasp the life and death of the other party. Unless the perfect level of life is like Jian Wuxuang himself, the annihilation of the soul can be immediately restored. Otherwise, he can easily kill the other soul in a single thought. Where is the second way? Si asked. The second way, no matter how you choose, is a dead end. Jian Wuxuang said directly, "Haha." The Prince of Ce laughed, and his laughter was crazy, even with endless iciness. Blood Sword, you might as well look down on me. My wing is from the Ewing family. The people of the Ewing family have never feared death. You want me to surrender to you, and even let you leave a mark on the origin of my soul. From then on, you are in charge of your life and death. That is simply a dream. Don't say that you are a disciple of Hong Yun and have a hatred against me. Even if you are not a person of Hong Yun and have no grudges with me, I will never give my life and death to you for my living. Grasp! Master C, you have to think clearly. After all, only 100,000 years. Jian Wuxuang frowned, trying to persuade. Haha, let alone 100,000 years. Even if it is only 1 year, one day, I will not allow it. My wing has been wandering in the eternal dark prison for so long, I haven't seen anything. I don't care about my life and death. Now, you are a mess of red clouds and veins, and you want me to surrender? Go for your spring and autumn dreams. See, he dominated the laughter, and his eyes suddenly became scarlet. And Jian Wuxuang immediately found that this wing dominated the madness of the divine power in the body. Soul burns. The sword has no double-sided color and quickly controls the eternal dark prison array power to suppress it. But Jian Wuxuang could only suppress the actions of CE's domination, but he could not stop the riots of divine power and soul in his domination. The wing master dominated the painful absorption. His soul was burning madly at a speed of 100 times, and only a moment his soul was completely burned out, and the vitality of the wing master was completely cut off. Died! I would rather burn my soul to commit suicide than to submit to me. Jian Wuxuang frowned. He thought he had relaxed his requirements. As long as the other party surrendered to him for 100,000 years, He could take him out of this eternal dark prison without having to live the life of a lawless prisoner. The wing leader should agree to come down. But as a result, this wing dominated but died. It is better to commit suicide than to surrender. It seems that the prisoners in the eternal dark prison are not as easy to conquer as I imagined. The sword has no double-sided dignity. He came to eternal underworld for two purposes. The first is to practice yourself and improve your strength. The second is to try to conquer some of the strongest in the eternal dark prison. These conquered strong men, he can take them out of eternal dark prison and then fight for the early gods. Emperor Jiutian, Chapter 3868. Fifth more. Jian Wushuang's idea is very good, and the 100,000-year deadline is not high. In fact, for most powerful people in the universe, they cannot accept the imprint of the other person at the origin of their soul, because that's all about giving your life and death to the other party's control. Naturally, you don't dare to violate the orders of the other party. Although Jian Wushuang's promise is only 100,000 years, what if he kept it? The imprint of the soul has been left, even if Jian Wushuang has been trending in the endless years in the future. They also dare not resist. These prisoners prefer to stay in the eternal dark prison, compared to this kind of day that is completely controlled by the other party, even if there is no day and no madness here. Even they would rather die than want to be like this puppet. Moreover, there is another most important reason, which is the identity and strength of Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang is a real strong man, don't be strong. As long as there are 10 kings in the first space, they have absolute strength to crush all prisoners and then persecute the other to surrender. These prisoners are also willing. After all, they was convinced by the opponent's strength. However, sword warriors are different. Sword warriors' own strength is not much stronger than that of the wingmaster. They only rely on the tokens of the disciples of Hong Yun to suppress the other party. This will not convince the other party, and the prisoners in this eternal dark prison are all it was from Hong Yun that he was detained. These prisoners have spent hundreds of chaos in the eternal dark prison. One by one, they have a deep hatred for the jade, and Jian Wushuang, as a disciple of Hong Yun, wants to subdue them. Of course, it is even more difficult. Although knowing that it is very difficult to conquer, Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. After all, this is just the first prisoner he meets. There are countless prisoners in this eternal dark prison, and not everyone will die like this winged master. I came to this eternal dark prison mainly to experience and improve my strength. As for the strong, it is not anxious to conquer the strong, and you can take it slowly. Next, if I meet those prisoners again, unless the opponent is too strong, I can only use the power of the array to save my life. Otherwise, I will try not to mobilize the power of the array. After all, move the array frequently if it's powerful. The movement will be a little bigger. I am afraid that someone like me who is a red cloud and a disciple will roam in the dark prison, and it will spread. In the future, I will roam in this eternal dark prison. It will not be so easy. Jian Wushuang secretly said, he has made up his mind to experience and conquer the strong. He focuses on the experience first. As for conquering the strong, when he is almost done, he is going to conquer. As soon as CE's master died, his body and Qian Kunji were left behind. Jian Wushuang took away the Qian Kuan ring dominated by CE first, and his consciousness was immediately investigated. With this investigation, Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. This wing dominates, and he is trapped in eternal dark prison for a long time. There are hundreds of times of chaos. In such a long time, there may be a lot of masters who died in his hands. Otherwise, he is the most precious treasure in the world. There will never be so many. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. At a glance of his consciousness, he found that the Qiankuan ring dominated by this wing was the strongest treasure, and there were more than 20 pieces. And there were treasure armors, domains, repressions, etc., although there was no such high level the strongest treasure, but still very amazing. This is only just the strongest treasure. As for the top and peak treasures, it is even more numerous. This prisoner in the eternal dark prison is so rich. Jian Wushuang also exclaimed, "It is indeed too rich." This wing is dominated by the prisoners who are living in the first space. He can always survive, mainly because of his life-saving ability, but I am afraid that there are not many prisoners he killed himself. But he still has more than 20 of the most powerful treasures. If you kill the more powerful prisoners, Jian Wushuang's gains will certainly be greater. Yes, the wings dominated by this wing are also a good treasure. Jian Wushuang glanced at the corpse dominated by CE and waved his hand directly to cut off the whole pair of wings dominated by C. Then he continued to wander in the surrounding void. In the 9th dark area, the prisoners exceeded 100,000, and the branches were extremely dense. Jian Wushuang so unscrupulously released the power of the soul to roam in the 9th dark zone. It is easy to meet other prisoners. Only 2 hours after CE's death, Jian Wushuang met another prisoner. This prisoner is superior to CE's master in terms of strength, which is comparable to the ancient Night Demon King. After the encounter, the two met directly without a word. Jian Wushuang also took out his own peak fighting power and fought fiercely. You must know that Jian Wushuang broke out with all his strength and relied on the rule of arcana and his sword skills. This prisoner has the same combat power as the ancient Night Demon King, but is slightly weaker than the ancient Night Demon King in the method of close killing. To fight against Jian Wushuang, at the beginning he was still fighting, but gradually he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Knowing that he was not an opponent of Jian Wushuang, the prisoner left with a look of astonishment. Jian Wushuang did not use the array power to keep it this time, but continued to rush. In a flash, Jian Wushuang has been in the eternal dark prison for 13 days. In the 13 days, he encountered 18 people in total, but only 12 of them actually fought against him. The other 6 found that Jian Wushuang dared to release the power of the soul so unscrupulously. Seeing that Jian Wushuang's soul power is not too strong, but still far away, he did not meet Jian Wushuang. And the 12 people who fought against the sword unparalleled are also only the highest level of the second level. The weakest is also about the same as the wing master, and the strong one is even better than the ancient night demon. All have to be a little stronger, but the 12 people who fought against Jian Wushuang, except for C, who died at the beginning, the other 11 people found that they couldn't help Jian Wushuang and chose to leave. But today, Jian Wushuang encountered the 19th person, who is a master who reached the 3rd rank, named Deer Worm Demon. The Deer Worm ancestor, among the thousands of 3rd-level masters in this 9th dark area, is a relatively ordinary one. He has a strong ability to protect the body, but his ability to attack close is more general. The strong realm is the most precious one, and the realm of suppressing the realm is very strong. The 9 penal monarch, who once faced one of the 5 strongest people in this 9th dark area, can calmly retreat. Jian Wushuang looked at the blood-covered man who appeared in front of him, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 3869. 6 more arrived today. Jian Wushuang came to this eternal dark prison for 13 days, and the 18 prisoners he met along the way, whether he had dealt with him or not, were only the masters of the 2nd level and the 3rd level. The master of numbers, this deer worm ancestor, is still the 1st. I went to the eternal dark prison to practice. This was to fight with stronger men. The master of the level of the ancient night demon is strong, but it can't really bring me too much pressure. Zhu, as the master of the 3rd series, should have a much stronger combat ability than the ancient night demon king, but it is a suitable challenge for the opponent. Jian Wushuang has a hint of expectation in his heart. Master of rules. When Jian Wushuang looked at the deer worm demon, this handsome, cold-blooded male deer worm deer was also looking at Jian Wushuang. Eternal Dark Prison is generally held by the 1st or 2nd series of masters. After hundreds of chaos eras, These masters have either died in the midst of crazy killings or their strength has increased, and they all reach the top level of the second level. Even if a few did not reach it, their life-saving ability would be extremely strong. But in this eternal dark prison, how can there be a ruler? Did he deliberately hide the breath of divine power, and his secret technique to hide the breath is so brilliant that I can't even see it through? The dear ancestor frowned. Dear worm ancestor, can you fight me? Jian Wushuang looked at the dear worm ancestor in front of him. Sir, most of the prisoners in the eternal dark prison know most of them. Although I can't recognize you, you can survive in the eternal dark prison until now. The strength must not be weak. There is no need to deliberately hide the breath of divine power and pretend to be a ruler play. Wait. Dear ancestor murmured coldly. Pretend. Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly. Dear worm ancestor, needless to say nonsense, or fight against me for a victory or defeat, or disappear quickly in front of me. I will not be difficult for you. Crazy. The dear ancestor's voice was cold. Even the 5 strongest people in this 9th dark zone are not qualified to make me disappear from the front. What are you? I want to see, where are you? Qualification to come, dare to say this. I also want to know how powerful your dear worm ancestor is. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his figure was already floating forward. Jian Wushuang shot directly and was the first shot. But the moment he set off, there was a buzzing bluish, suddenly swept across in all directions. Each of these cyan streamers is extremely dazzling, exuding a unique breath, and in the blink of an eye it has condensed into a huge shuttle, covering the sky and the sky. Jian Wushuang immediately noticed a powerful oppression and restraint force acting on him, making him unable to sink in shape. Is Qianswiji? Jian Wushuang frowned. Thousands of shuttles, the best in the strongest category of treasures, is also one of the strongest treasures in the hands of deerworms. This dear ancestral ancestor is said to have 2 pieces of the most powerful treasures in the highest level. One is the 1,000 shuttle world, and the other is the armor he wears. As for his attack on the magic soldier, he has not yet reached need for level. Haha, the field is oppressed, so let's see who is stronger in the field. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily, and the moment the voice fell, a large block of black magic light swept out. The triple magic light mirror, Wei Ning burst out. On the level of the treasure, the triple magic mirror is also the strongest treasure of the highest level, and it is not weaker than the 1,000 shuttle world of the demon ancestor. In terms of divine power, the deer worm ancestor is naturally stronger and logically stronger. However, Jian Wushuang has realized a trace of the laws of the universe. By the realization of the laws of the universe, he evokes the field of magic light. The power is also stronger, and the 2 are madly attacking each other. In a short time, they each formed to field each other, and the chambers competed. You even have such a domineering field-class treasure? The deer worm ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. I have more than that. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, and a large amount of gloom spread among the huge pair of wings behind him. Shuangguang smashed Tianyi, and Shuangguang Realm unfolded. Shuangguang Realm is also a domain-type means, and it is also controlled by Jian Wushuang. Under the control of Jian Wushuang, this Shuangguang Realm is immediately combined with the Magical Light Realm, and the power of the Magical Light Realm soars in time. Banging. The field soared into the sky, forming the Tao Tao Field Ocean, and madly attacked the past of the thousands of shuttle circles of the deer, insect, and ancestor. Just now, it was able to compete with the magic light field, which was quite 1,000 shuttles. At this moment, it was extremely shocked, and the entire field began to fall. What? The deer worm ancestor was startled and frowned at Jian Wushuang. I have been fighting for many years in the eternal dark prison. I have played against the masters of countless 2nd and 3rd ranks. In the process, I said that most of the fields were suppressed by me. Only a few can compete with my field chambers. As for those who have suppressed my field positively, you are the third one for a long time. However, the field is just a supplementary means. Your field is strong, but I don't know if the combat power is the same. The dear ancestor's voice was cold. A purple shuttle appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the surging divine power condensed on his body. Kill! With a low drink, the dear worm ancestor shook and appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang, even though he is now being suppressed by the magic light field. But the dominance of the third level, this field is not too strong to suppress him, and his combat power can still play more than 90%. Call out! A scream of loud air sounded. The long shuttle in the hands of the dear worm ancestor suddenly turned into a purple horror. This purple horror was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. So fast! Jian Wushuang showed a hint of surprise, obviously being suppressed by his field. The speed of the deerworm tribe's shuttle turned out to be so fast, and the combat power of the third series was really extraordinary. Jian Wushuang also immediately shot. In his hand, Wu crying Excalibur issued a faint sound of swordsing. Above, the shuttle shook slightly, but immediately it produced a special strength, and it rippled, like a black hole that swallowed the sky and swept the sword. Broken! Jian Wushuang whispered in a low voice, Wu Wei's magic sword power can show. A hazy sword shadow invaded instantly. The strongest sword skill, created by Jian Wushuang, Hazy. Chapter 3870. The first is more. The sword shadow power broke out, and the black hole that swallowed the world suddenly shrank and then disappeared. The dear worm ancestor looked up at Jian Wushuang in amazement. The rule is precious? Do you still understand a little rule of the universe? At this moment, the dear worm ancestor had set off a huge wave in his heart, but immediately he calmed down. Kill you, this rule of treasure is mine. The demon ancestor of the deer bug is soaring into the sky, and the shuttle in his hand is directly turned into a sharp purple arc at this moment. Oh, It's fast and completely unclear. These purple arcs directly attacked Xiang Jianshuang's head. Jian Wushuang also waved the Wu weapon sword in his hand. Regarding the speed of swordsmanship, he was not under the shuttle. However, Jian Wushuang is only the master of the rules, relying on the perfect level of life, adding many secret skills, and the rule of treasure in terms of power. He also reached the threshold of dominating the second level. The deer worm ancestor, however, is the third level master, and it is much stronger than Jian Wushuang in divine power. Clang! 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 After only a few collisions, Jian Wushuang did not crush at all, and looked rather embarrassed. It is indeed the master of the third series great. Jian Wushuang marveled, but the excitement in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. This strength just allows me to test that trick. The sword, unparalleled, took the initiative. It's wow. Swords are sweeping like waves. The void in front of him seemed to be plunged into a continuous sea, and countless waves of layers spread endlessly. These waves are sometimes violent, rolling up huge waves, sometimes soft, as if the spring breeze hit the face. From time to time, it was like a mighty army. The sky's sword-like ocean, surging and surging, completely covered the deer, worm, and demon ancestors in front of it. From the beginning, the demon ancestor did not care about this sword technique performed by Swordmaster. He waved the shuttle at will, and the shuttle picked up the mighty power and easily crushed the waves. But a wave of a heavy wave was crushed, and a wave of a second wave was swept immediately. A wave of a second wave was defeated, and a wave of a third wave came again. There are endless waves of shocking waves, after dozens of waves rushed. This sword art is endless. The deer worm ancestor frowned, and he also found that the sword wave that blindly defeated the table and killed him was useless at all. You can only use the force to break the method. Directly defeat the sword Wushuang this sword to completely break the crack, and disperse the surrounding sword art mood. Purple light! The demon ancestor murmured, and the purple shuttle in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light. This purple light is like a huge purple sun appearing between heaven and earth, shining. And in the center of this purple sun, a horrific power burst out. The strongest trick created by the deer ancestor, Ziguang. This move is also one of the capitals that the deer worm ancestors can spend hundreds of times in the eternal dark prison. Banging. This bright purple light directly dissipated the surrounding sky waves, and in a single breath wiped out most of the sky-s sword-like ocean, but failed to completely wipe out the sword-like ocean. The sword Wushuang divine power tumbled down. The annihilation of the sword of the ocean, half of the sky, once again rose into the sky. The endless sword of waves, still unbridled impact. What? The deer ancestor's face finally changed. One of his strongest moves failed to completely break the swordplay, and this swordplay is obvious. As long as you don't break open, you can recover instantly. The waves are really endless. Although his demon ancestors are extremely powerful, he can easily defeat the waves of assaults. But in the face of the endless waves, he only has a dumbfounded role. The deer worm ancestor immediately wanted to get rid of the scope of this sword-like ocean, but Jinni Ocean took him as the core and swept away from all directions, so he couldn't get rid of it at all. He can only fall into the midst of this sword-like ocean, passively resisting the waves from the surroundings. I'm in the red cloud realm, using wave light, one of the strongest swordsmanships created by many opportunities, not originally to kill the enemy, but to entangle and trap each other. This dear ancestor is caught in my wave-light swordsmanship, unless he can absolutely crushing power, with a force to break the law, completely defeated my sword style, or even if he has a monstrous ability, he can only be entangled by my sword-like ocean and cannot escape. Looking at the deer worm ancestor who was constantly trying to break free in the ocean of swords, a smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. He created the 3 strongest swords. The hazy attack power is the strongest and is used to kill the enemy. Guardian of the Earth is a body sword used for defense, and this wave of lightsaber is to entangle and trap the enemy. This move is not very destructive, but the ability to entangle the enemy is extremely good. Although this dear ancestor is the master of the 3rd level, he is best at the field and body protection ability. As for his killing ability and attacking power, it is not very strong. Now he is being used in the field, under the premise of the complete suppression of Jian Wushuang. This deer worm ancestor could not break the wave lightsaber at one time, and naturally it was only the sword that had been trapped by Jian Wushuang's sword-like ocean. The deer worm ancestor has been trying to break free in the sword of the sea, but after exerting all his powers, he can't get rid of it. After a while, he finally gave up. Aggrieved, this battle was really aggrieved. The deer worm ancestor also had a hint of anger in his heart. While resisting the sword wave from the surrounding impact, his eyes locked the sword unparalleled in front of Tao Tao. This man is obviously inferior to me, but he is good at this entangled swordsmanship, but he is very difficult. I am a little worse at attacking power and can't break his swordsmanship. There is no way to take him. I knew he had the rule of treasure in his hands, and I couldn't get it. The dear ancestor shook his head. Sir, stop. The dear ancestor suddenly said, his voice low. Stop it. Jian Wushuang EY, although I can't help you. Do you still want to kill me with this sword skill? The deer worm ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly. Indeed, his wave of lightsaber is very powerful, but it is only used to entangle the trapped enemy. As for relying on this sword to kill the deer ancestors, that is a joke. The deer worm ancestor is the master of the 3rd rank, and in the 3rd rank of the master, it is also famous for its field and body protection ability. His body protection method is much stronger than the attack and kill method. To kill him, even this is the case. The 5 strongest people in the 9th Dark Zone cannot do it. Unless they mobilize the power of the French array, they will definitely not do it. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3871. Second more. Jian Wushuang could not kill this deer worm ancestor at all, even if it is more than the power of the demon, although his own power is more vast than that of the deer worm ancestor. His sword power wave consumes the power of this not small, and the deer worm ancestor is caught in the ocean of swordsmanship. To resolve the surrounding heavy attacks, the consumption of divine power is very small. In this way, Jian Wushuang has no advantage. Mantion's sword means the ocean disappears out of thin air, and Jian Wushuang has also taken back the Wu weapon sword in his hand. Sir, could you tell me your name? The deer ancestor also withdrew the shuttle and looked at Jian Wushuang calmly. My name is Blood Sword. The sword was unparalleled. Blood Sword, if I read correctly, you should still be a ruler? Asked the deer ancestor. Yes. Jian Wushuang did not deny. If the deer ancestor sees himself at first, he may also suspect that he has exerted a special method to hide the breath of divine power. With the 2 sides fighting, with the vision of this deer worm ancestor, naturally he can see that the sword is unique, only integrating the 3 rules of heaven and earth. There is still a certain distance from the master. Jian Wushuang did not intend to conceal the fact that he was only the ruler. Unexpectedly, in the first level of this eternal dark prison, not only there are a large number of prisoners who dominate the hierarchy, but even the ruler of the rule. But you, the ruler of the rule, is indeed against the sky. I was extremely impressed, and I also realized a bit of the law of the universe. The sword skill is also so powerful, especially the sword skill you last cast. Even I can't help it. The deer worm ancestor also praised the sword's unique strength. Although it is only the rule ruler, there is no doubt that Jian Wushuang is definitely the rule ruler that the deer worm ancestor has ever seen. Thanks for the praise. Your strength is not weak. Jian Wushuang laughed. He also acknowledged the strength of this deer ancestor. After all, what he just saw was only the attacking and killing ability and domain of the deer ancestor. The most terrifying thing of the deer worm ancestor is his protection method. Blood Sword, although you are not weak, but I still advise you in the eternal dark prison in the future, it is better to be as low-key as possible. If you CANT, try not to, because, after all, you have the law treasure. This is a treasure that even the 10 most powerful kings will love. Once they're known, there will be a lot of strong people watching you. Your entangled swordsmanship is very powerful. I can't break it, but that's just my ability to attack and kill a little bit. If you encounter some 3rd-level masters who are extremely good at attacking and killing, you may not be able to do so. It worked, said the deer ancestor. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang thanked him. However, I have hundreds of chaos ages in the eternal dark prison of Blood Sword, and the great realm has crossed 3. But until now I have lived well, maybe I am in strength. This eternal dark prison is not the best, but if you want to save your life, there are really few who can kill me in this eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuang's unbelievable self-confidence made the deer ancestor stunned, and then nodded. Yes, if you do not have a considerable life-saving ability, you will not be able to live in this eternal dark prison until now. That rule of treasure is not always in your hands. The deer ancestor apparently had no doubts about the sword, unparalleled words. He did not think that Jian Wushuang was only just more than 10 days after he arrived in the eternal dark prison. As for what he said, there were hundreds of times of chaos, spanning 3 large domains. That was just talking nonsense, just to confuse the deer demon ancestor, nothing more. However, it is true that Jian Wushuang has absolute confidence in his life-saving ability. After all, Hong Yunyiman's disciple's token is in his hand. He is invincible in this eternal dark prison. That being the case, then I don't have to say much more, leave. The deer worm ancestor arched his hand at the sword Wushuang, and then left directly. Jian Wushuang watched the dear ancestor depart, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This dear worm ancestor just said that because I felt that I had released the power of the soul to investigate in this eternal dark prison, too. Swaying, it's easy to attract the strong, but he does no. I came to this eternal dark prison for the sake of experience. For me, the more powerful the better in the eternal dark prison. The better, I no one refuses. Jian Wushuang is eager to fight with many of the top powerhouses in eternal dark prison. But one thing he also knew was that it had to be gradual. After all, his current combat power is there, which is the peak of the second series. When he meets the general third series, he can't beat him and can only rely on wave lightsaber to entangle it. The ancestor of the deer bug just now has a more general attack and killing ability. After being trapped by his own wave lightsaber, there is nothing he can do but to stop. However, if it is replaced by the third-level master who has a strong ability to attack and kill, this wave of lightsaber may not be able to play such a big role. Just now, the demon ancestor of the deer worm cast his strongest move, but it only wiped out most of my wave lightsaber. It is far from the limit that wave lightsaber can withstand. That is, even if it is attacking the third-level master, who is slightly stronger than the demon ancestors on the killing power, is probably not able to forcibly break my trick. In this 9th dark zone, those who can lose my wave of lightsaber in a single move, I am afraid there are only the 5 strongest. As for the thousands of third-level masters, the combat power is at the top. But if I can break my wave lightsaber, I have to try to know. Jian Wushuang muttered. In the battle with the deer worm ancestors, the sword unparalleled harvested a lot. At least I know the gap between myself and the third-level master, and I also understand the ability of the wave lightsaber you created. And then, of course, he continued to wander in the surrounding area, and he is still unbridled and directly releases the power of his soul covering a radius of 100,000 miles, searching for the strong around him. Such an unscrupulous search is naturally easy to encounter with those strong and then fight. The sword unparalleled cannot resist in this 9th dark area and fierce battle with a prisoner, a strong, and so on. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang came to the first floor of this eternal dark prison for 3 months. In these 3 months, there were hundreds of strong men before and after him, of which 6 were third-level dominated feat. Most of these strong men chose to fight with him, and they also had victory and defeat. As for the 6 third-level masters who faced each other, Jian Wushuang is not an opponent. They can only rely on wave lightsaber to entangle them, rely on wave lightsaber, and the other party it's hard to do nothing about him. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3872. Third More. Demon Domain, the 9th Dark Zone. It was an unknown hill, but now it has been called the Qianblade Mountain by many prisoners in the 9th Dark Zone. The reason for this is because Thousand Blades Lord, one of the 5 strongest in the 9th Dark Zone, lives there, unlike those prisoners who have been smashing and killing all year round. The Lord of the Thousand Blades is already at the top of this eternal dark prison. As long as it is not the 10 kings who provoked the Zeon, there is basically no danger, so he can find a place more comfortable as a long-term residence. Many prisoners in the 9th Dark area knew that this was where he lived, so they dared not approach. But today, there is one person on this 1,000-blade mountain. 1,000 blades. The cold voice echoed all over the mountain, and a figure immediately swept out of the 1,000-blade mountains. The face of Bingyu exudes a faint sheen, and his breath is bland, but still awesome. He is the master of 1,000 blades. Long Shin, why do you have time for me today? Qian Blade Demon looked at the Lord Long Shin in front of him, with a smile on his face. In the eternal dark prison, although many prisoners are extremely mad to kill in the long years of killing, some prisoners have formed a relationship with each other, and some friends exist. 1,000 Blade Demon Lord has a few friendships that are not bad. The Dragon Shin, who has reached the 3rd level, is one of them. Your days are leisurely. Lord Shin Shin looked at the relaxed look of Qiandao Demon and couldn't help sighing. Haha! Detained in eternal dark prison. Can't see the sun all day long. How can there be any leisure? Qian Blade Demon smiled. Dragon Shin, a rare trip. Come to my cave house. Give me a drink, how? No, I'm here to tell you something. I'll leave when I'm finished. Long Shin dominated. Oh. Thousand Blade Lord looked. What? Just 3 months ago, a new strong emerged in this 9th dark zone. Have you ever known about this? Long Shin asked. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is so huge. We have a total of 108 dark areas in our dragon domain alone. What is so strange about coming from another dark area to a strong one? Qian Blade the Lord doesn't agree, but this person has been in the 9th dark zone for 3 months. During this period, he played against many prisoners in the 9th dark zone. These prisoners all agreed that he was only a ruler. Long Shin ruled the road. Master of rules. The thousand-edged demon lord, who had just disapproved, immediately showed his astonishment, and his expression became dignified. In the beginning, the cloud of Hongyun was extremely strong. The territory of the kingdom of God opened up was vast, and the majesty of the majesty was countless. I were all detained by this vein into this eternal dark prison. And the vein of Red Cloud was detained in this first space. There are a lot of masters, but there are also some masters of the rules. Although the rulers of these rules are dead, maybe the masters of the rules have survived. However, the killing of the eternal dark prison is extremely mad. A rule master can survive hundreds of times of chaos in this long kill and survive to this day. The talent of the rule master should be quite rewarding. Force, it will not be worse. Thousand Blade, Magic Master. Yes, the ruler is very against the sky. Not only is he extremely aware of the origin of the Kendo universe, but he also understands a bit of the law of the universe. Even if these talents are placed in the vast universe, they are absolutely top-notch. This kind of super genius that is rare in billions of stars. Unfortunately, the vein of Hongyun has long since disappeared. Otherwise, the talent of the ruler should have been released long ago. Long Shin dominated. Hongyun Imai created the eternal dark prison by selecting some powerful businessmen for Hongyun Imai. A super genius who has realized a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of the ruler. Of course, Hongyun Imai will not be willing to be held here forever. Long Shin, you came here deliberately to tell me about this? The Qiandao demon looked at Master Long Shin in confusion. Although the Lord of the Rules is indeed very dazzling against the sky, it has nothing to do with him, and it should not be worth the visit of Lord Shinshin. Thousand Blades, you may not know yet, there is a rule of treasure in the hands of the ruler. Suddenly the master of Long Shin said, What did you say? Thousand Blade Demon stared sharply, and there was no such relaxed appearance just now. It is a rule of law treasure. He has been in the 9th dark zone for 3 months, and he has said to hundreds of prisoners during the period that those prisoners can see that the magic soldier in his hand is the law of treasure, and because he is already realizing the relationship of a rule of the universe, he can even exert that rule of treasure to a certain degree of power. In addition, the rule of treasure in his hand is still a magic sword. Dragon Shin ruled. Law of the most precious sword. Thousand Blade Demon Master was completely excited. You know, what he is good at is kendo. The magic soldier he used is also a magic sword, but he is only using the strongest magic sword that reaches the highest level. The magic sword with the rule of treasure is definitely his dream. Long Shin, do you know the size and shape of the Excalibur used by that ruler? Qianlian Demon asked. I have asked a master who has played against him before. According to the master, the ruler named Blood Sword has a very thin Excalibur sword. He should be sharp and good at cutting and killing. Excalibur and the exquisite sword's breath is extremely cold, extremely dark. Even the naked I will feel heart palpitations. Long Shin dominated. The breath is cold and dark, good at cutting the rule of assassination to the magic sword. Thousand-Blade Demon Lord shivered. It fits perfectly. That exquisite sword is so suitable for him, its nature is similar to the Excalibur he is using now. But that is the rule of treasure. In the entire first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, the law treasure is definitely a legendary existence. Even the 10 recognized kings of Xi'an, it is difficult to say whether they have a rule of treasure in their hands. He is the one with 5 blades. In this 9th dark area, as one of the 5 strongest men, his combat power has barely reached the 3rd level. Compared with the 10 kings, he is not worse. Too much. If at this time he can get a magical treasure that is suitable for his swordplay, then his combat power is likely to leap to the level of the 10 kings. By then, he will be the 11th king in the first space of this eternal dark prison. Emperor Jiutian dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3873. 4th is here. Thousand Blades, you are good at swordsmanship. The ruler of the ruler's hand is the most precious sword. It should be right for you. Dragon Shin Master looked over. It's more than just fit, it's just tailored for me. Thousand-Blade Demon's eyes were full of surprises. Dragon, how did you know the ruler? There is no way for Fu to communicate in the Eternal Dark Prison. I just happened to pass by Guguwang and listen to Guguwang. Long Shin dominated. Eternal Dark Prison is a jail where order communication cannot be performed at all. Because of this, the news in the Eternal Dark Prison is very ill-informed. It has been 3 months since Jian Wushuang ran into this 9th dark area, but the Master of the 1,000 Blades has not received the news until now. This is why Lord Shenshin came over here for a trip. Otherwise, the 1,000-Blade Demon Lord stayed here without asking about world affairs, and it may not be known that Jian Wushuang exists for decades. King of the Ghosts! 1,000-Blade Demon Lord looked. Listen to the Gupon King. He has just fought a battle with the ruler. Although he is far superior to the latter in terms of strength, the ruler knows how to perform an extremely unique, entangled sword technique. That sword technique. Quite weird. The Gugu King was caught in it, and he couldn't break it. Even if he used the strongest attack method, he couldn't break the sword in one breath, so he could only stop. Long Shin dominated. Gubu, why can't he? Frostblade Master frowned. The King of Goku, among the thousands of 3rd-level masters in the 9th dark area, is definitely the top one. His attacking and killing methods are also extremely good. Among the many 3rd-level masters, he can definitely be ranked the top 20, but even the Gu Po King, who has this kind of attack power, can't break the entangled swordsmanship of the ruler? Although Guru failed to break the sword, but Guru also said that the entangled sword of the ruler has almost reached the limit under his attack. If his attack power can a little stronger, it is enough to defeat that swordsmanship. Long Shin dominated again. Oh! The Lord of the 1,000 Blades' eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, the Ghost King was able to defeat that sword skill within a trace, and I am one of the top 5 in the 9th Dark Zone. Strong, if I shoot, the ruler's entangled swordsmanship can't stop me at all. I can completely defeat his swordsmanship and kill him again. Well, it's possible. Lord Longshin nodded. However, the ruler's body holds the rule of treasure, but he can survive hundreds of times of chaos in this eternal dark prison. His life-saving means must be extraordinary. There should be more than just one entangled swordsmanship. Therefore, I will go to the Blood Rain for insurance. A trip. 1,000 Blades, Lord said. Blood Rain Demon. There was a flash of fear and fear in the eyes of Lord Longshin. In this 9th dark area, the 5 strongest have their own means, such as the Master of the 1,000 Blades, who are good at swordsmanship and attack and kill first. The Blood Rain Demon is good at all kinds of weird methods, but her best thing is the formation method. As soon as the formation method came out, Even if the third-ranked dominator was trapped in her formation method, it was difficult to get rid of it, and eventually it would be annihilated by the mighty power in that formation method. Therefore, the prisoners who roamed in the 9th dark area, when they saw the Blood Rain Demon, they would choose to escape immediately, and they would not give the Blood Rain Demon the opportunity to deploy. But this time, if the Master of the 1,000 Blades asked the Lord of the Blood Rain to join forces, the two can almost sweep everything in the 9th dark zone. Shui, you once owed me a favor, and this time I used her to ask her to take a shot. She should not refuse. Qian Blade Demon said. Then I wish you every success. Yes, the ruler's near-end time is roaming in the area where Gugu Wang is located. If you have come to the Blood Rain Demon, or you can go to that area to find him Long Shin dominated. Long Shin, thank you for coming here to tell me this time. I have written down this relationship, and I will definitely have a banquet to thank you when this thing is done. Qian Bian Demon said, Haha, a rule of treasure is still the most suitable rule for your magic sword, and a banquet alone can kill me. Long Shin dominated jokingly. The Qian Blade Demon Lord didn't talk to the Lord Long Shin again, but immediately set off to invite the Blood Rain Demon. Jian Wushuang didn't know that he had been followed by the 1,000 swordsmen of the 9th darkest strongest. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was still alone in the 9th dark zone, fighting fiercely with the strong men he encountered. Now, Wushuang Jian met the 160th strongman since he entered the eternal dark prison. This is a burly man with a tall body, wearing a red armor and carrying a large sword. This burly man is called the Ancient Star Master, and before being held in eternal dark prison, he should be a Star Master of the 3rd level of the astral realm, and also reach the top of the 2nd level. Jian Wushuang played against this ancient mixed star master. I saw the master of ancient mixed stars stepping out one after another. Each step was heavy and powerful, as if to break the void, and every time he stepped out, the broad knife in his hand had to be cut again. Boom! The blade of light is vast and broad, as if opening up a world. A knife followed a knife, splitting the obstacles in front of them. There are 5 different rules in this ancient mixed star master's swordsmanship, all of which are fused with each other, and this ancient mixed star master has the highest achievement in the use of the rules of the heavens and the earth, and it is the rules of the earth. So, terrible knife. The sword Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and also successively exerted sword skills to compete with the ancient master's sword. However, in terms of strength and might, it is weaker than the swordsmanship of this ancient mixed star. Jian Wushuang could barely resist the swordmanship of this ancient mixed star master. But while resisting, Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly had a lot of insights. Tight, nostalgic, endless. Although the ancient mixed star master understood and integrated the 5 rules at the same time, it is clear that the 5 rules are mainly based on the rules of the earth. His rules of the earth are like a sphere. The 4 other rules are perfectly contained together so that they do not distinguish each other. This is the tolerance of the earth kind. Jian Wushuang, a variety of emotions emerged at one time. At the same time in his mind, the 4 rules he understood, and the process of integration with each other gradually became clearer. It should be noted that he fully understood the 4 rules very early, and merged 3 of them. Only the earth rule could not be perfectly integrated with the other 3 rules. And he spent thousands of years in the Red Cloud realm. There are many opportunities in the Red Cloud realm, and one of them is the Wushin statue. Chapter 3874. 5th more. Wushin, the special life of the vast universe, favored by the universe, can be born with the 9 rules and become the ultimate master. And the statue of Wugo in the Red Cloud realm, although it is only a scale of Wugo, still contains the essence of the fusion of 9 different rules. Jian Wushuang has enlightened under this statue of Wugo for a long time. Through the rules of the earth, at the same time, the fusion of the rules of the earth with the other 3 rules is more or less enlightened, but it has not been possible to truly merge. But now, fighting against this ancient mixed star master, from the ancient mixed star master's sword. Jian Wushuang has felt a lot of things, which makes him clearer and clearer on the road of the fusion of the four rules. Jian Wushuang, even I feel that I can fully integrate the four rules immediately. Suddenly, the master of the ancient celebrity, who had utterly waved a large knife to attack, stopped the action in his hand. His body also stopped in midair. Jian Wushuang stunned. He felt that he would be able to break through immediately and be able to merge the four rules. But at a critical moment, the ancient master star stopped. Master of ancient mixed stars, are you? Jian Wushuang frowned. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are not weak. There is a rule of the most precious sword. I can completely resist my sword. I can't kill you at all. You and I continue to fight. It is also a waste of time. It is also possible to attract other strong players nearby. In that case, why do you and I fight again? The sword is bidirectional but weird. Of course, he knew the meaning of the ancient mixed star. For the ancient mixed star, since there is nothing to do with each other, there is no need to waste time to fight fiercely. But he is different. He just gained tremendously in the fierce battle with the ancient mixed star. He can even be sure that as long as the ancient mixed star is fighting with him for a while, he can immediately merge the four rules. But the ancient mixed star the Lord stopped. There is no way for Jian Wushuang. ICANT tell the Guju star that he is seeking a breakthrough with the help of the opponent S-Knife? Really said so, this ancient mixed star Master Bakung also left without a word. Lord of the Blood Sword, leave. The master of ancient mixed stars did not stay much and left directly. Jian Wushuang is helpless, but it is not forced, and just in the moment of fighting, he has been very clear about the fusion of the four rules. Now he feels that he just needs to find a place to calm down and take a good look at it, and it is also possible to perfectly integrate the four rules. Although there are kills everywhere in this eternal dark prison, unless it is the most powerful and fearless top powerful people, they can find a place to live and carefully enlighten. As for most prisoners, they dare not stay in one place at all. It's too long, but I often roam in various dark areas, but I already have a clear fusion line in my mind. The time required for the fusion of these four rules is not long. It should not be interrupted in the middle. Jian Wushuang groaned. He is not afraid to be followed or killed, but he is afraid that he will be interrupted when the integration of rules is the most critical. However, this chance should be small. Immediately, Jian Wushuang found a relatively remote mountain in the nearby area, opened a temporary cave house among the mountains, and then started a hidden repair in the cave house. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang sat sitting there. On him, the power of the rules of four different rules slowly rose. Unfortunately, this eternal dark prison environment is too harsh. The power of the rules contained in the surrounding void is extremely thin, and the power of these rules rising from the rise of the swordless twins does not resonate with the surrounding world. Four rules. A fascination flashed in the sword's eyes. Let's go! Jian Wushuang began to follow the path already in his heart and began to merge. Time passed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Jian Wushuang gradually merged the rules of the earth with the other three rules in accordance with the line in his mind. The process of this fusion is quite smooth. Until now, the fusion of these four rules is finally coming to an end. It's done. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes, in his body, time and space, reincarnation, destruction, and the earth. The four different rules have been perfectly integrated and complement each other. The power of the heaven and earth mastered by Jian Wushuang has been improved again, but soon the sword had no double-sided color but became gloomy again. No, some signs of a breakthrough. Do you feel nothing? Jian Wushuang couldn't help shaking his hands, and his brows frowned deeply. In the beginning of the divine realm, and even in the entire vast universe, the master of the general rules, as long as the four rules are merged, can naturally break through and become the master. This is common sense. Many masters who are familiar with Jian Wushuang's surroundings, after integrating the four rules, directly broke through and became masters. But now he has also merged the four rules, but in other aspects. His long awareness of the origin of Kendo has already surpassed most third-order masters. He is far more arrogant than the average master. It stands to reason that he fully fulfilled any requirement for a breakthrough to become dominant. However, he did not feel any signs that he would break through and become the master. At first, he thought it was because he was in an eternal dark prison, where the cultivation environment was so bad that he couldn't be the master. But immediately he shook his head and denied it. The harsh cultivation environment only makes me unable to make breakthroughs to a certain extent. It doesn't make me feel like I haven't made a breakthrough at all. I look like this now. Obviously, I can't make a breakthrough at all. To be precise, I didn't meet the requirements of breaking the at all. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He couldn't break through. Even though the four rules have been merged, and he has fully met the requirements for a breakthrough to become the master, he still cannot break through. In fact, he was already mentally prepared for this. After all, he is not a general practitioner. He is a special life, but also a special life of perfect level. In the vast universe, although special life is unique, it is also restricted by the universe. The universe is fair. Compared with ordinary practitioners, special life has many innate advantages, but it also creates special lives. To break through the bottleneck, it is more difficult than ordinary practitioners. Like Wushan, he is uniquely endowed with the 9 rules to achieve ultimate domination, but Wushan is extremely difficult to reach the peak. Like the undead wraith, although it is not a special life, it is also the most terrifying peak group in the universe. The undead wraith is incomparable to the sky, but the limit of the universe is also extremely huge. End of this chapter. Chapter 3875. The more the anti-sky ethnic group or life, the greater the limit of the universe. Jian Wushuang is a special level of perfect life. He is limited by the universe, and there are few lives in the vast universe. This is the case when he first broke through the undead saint to reach the ruler. The ordinary undead saint, as long as he understands one rule, has reached the threshold of the master who breaks through the rules. But he waits until he understands the 2 rules at the same time and merges with each other before breaking through. Now he has fully understood and integrated the 4 rules, reaching the minimum requirement for ordinary practitioners to break through and become the master. But he is still far from the real breakthrough. When the undead saint broke through to reach the ruler of the rule, I guess that it would be more difficult than the others to break through from the rule's main breakthrough to the ruler. But I have not been able to be sure. But now it seems. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. When the undead saint broke through and reached the ruler, he was well prepared. After all, there is his master Xian leading the way. Xian emerged the 2 rules before breaking through the rule of the Lord. He is naturally the same. But from the master of the rule to become the master, no one gave him the way. After all, during the peak of his respect for Xian Yi, he was only the master of the rules. He also failed to reach the level of dominance, and Xian Yi did not integrate the 4 rules at that time. This gave Jian Wushuang's heart a bit of luck. Maybe he merged the 4 rules, and he could also break through the master. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. If I can directly break through and become the master, I can immediately re-refine Taichu Divine Realm. I can guarantee that Taichu Divine Realm is worry-free, but unfortunately, Jian Wushuang could only shake his head secretly. After the 4-door rule, my strength has also been greatly improved, which is a big gain. With the fusion of the 4 rules, Jian Wushuang got more than just a willpower. The merging of the 4-door rules alone is enough to enhance Jian Wushuang's sword power. It also has a higher level of use of the rules, which also improves his strength. There is also sword play. My perception of the origin of Kendo universe is very high, but my rules of fusion are too few, which has affected my sword art more or less. Now the 4 rules are merged, And these sword arts I have created should all be okay. Get a certain level of improvement. Of course, the most important thing is to protect the earth. Jian Wushuang groaned. The guardian swordsmanship of the earth is to condense the swordsmanship of the earth. This major and important swordsmanship shows up mainly by two aspects. The first is his perception of the origin of the Kendo universe, and the second is the rules of the earth. Although he had previously understood the rules of the earth, he had not merged with the other three rules, which led to this sword domain. He could only join the rules of the earth, but now he can focus on the rules of the earth and integrate the other three rules perfectly, making the power of the sword of the earth stronger. Let's start. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, calmed down the restlessness in his heart, and continued to increase his sword power in this cave. The three strongest sword techniques he created: Hazy, Light, and Earth Guard. After the fusion of his four rules, the influence of Earth Guard must be the greatest. But the other two sword techniques can also be used to a great extent. Promotion. Next, Jian Wushuang stayed in this cave and continued to spend time improving his sword skills. The process of swordsmanship improvement can be more complicated than the fusion of the previous four rules, and it will take longer. A flash, 3 years have passed. The 9th dark zone is thousands of miles away from the cave house where Jian Wushuang is hiding. The two figures suddenly condensed in the void. These two people are the same. The one who was attracted by the sword of the sword without hands, the magic sword of the 1,000 blades, and the blood rain demon he invited. The blood rain demon is the only woman among the 5 strongest in the 9th dark area. She is beautiful in appearance and graceful in shape, charming with every move. At this moment, in front of the two of them, he was trembling, standing with a burly man. If Jian Wushuang was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this burly man had previously dealt with him, and he was affected by the opponent's swordsmanship, thus merging the 4 rules of the ancient mixed star master. Gu Zhua. Meet the Lord of the 1,000 Blades and Blood Rain Demon. Gu Chuan was very shocked at the moment. He is just a second-ranked peak master. Although his life-saving ability is good, he can only face the ordinary third-ranked master. But the 2 Bladed Masters and the Blood Rain Demon, these 2 casually take out one was enough to easily kill him, and of course he was trembling. Gu Juan, I ask you, have you ever seen the newly risen Lord of the Blood Sword? 1,000 Blades, Lord, looked down. The Lord of the Blood Sword? The ancient hybrid star master noticed the apparently anxious look of the Qianblade Lord, and he already had some guesses in his heart. He also knew why the Qiandao Lord was so anxious. 1,000 Blade Lord, I did meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. It was 4 years ago. I encountered him and had a fierce battle, but he was not weak. I could not help him, so I left. I haven't seen him again in 4 years, and it seems that in these 4 years I haven't heard that the Lord of the Blood Sword is still active in this area. The ancient mixed star said truthfully, have you seen it 4 years ago? After learning that Jian Wushuang existed, he immediately invited the Blood Rain Demon to rush here. But it happened that Jian Wushuang was hiding in Dongfu. In the past 4 years, Jian Wushuang, who has been hiding in Dongfu until novel.com has not come out. The Lord of the 1,000 Blades came to this area to look for many prisoners in the area. Most of them did not know Jian Wushuang. Even if they knew it, they had heard or encountered it 4 years ago. In other words, in these 4 years, Jian Wushuang has not appeared in this area. Is that the Lord of the Blood Sword already gone? The Lord of the 1,000 Blades mumbled, it's possible. Blood Rain Demon nodded slightly and said softly, the Lord of the Blood Sword is just the Lord of the Rules and the Rule of Treasure, but he can survive in the eternal dark prison for so long. It must not be a fool. He knows now that I have made some noise in the 9th dark area. It is normal to leave immediately and go to another dark area. No, I don't believe he just left like this. Keep looking. No matter what the price is, I must find him out. The face of the master of the thousand blades is twisted together, and in his eyes is an unprecedented heat and crazy. Chapter 3876. The first is more. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang spent another 3 years of meditation on improving the sword after merging the 4 rules, and now he has finally stopped. 3 years of careful study and improvement of swordsmanship. Up to now, of the 3 strongest swordsmen I have created, the 2 major swordsmanships, Hazy and Wave Light, have been greatly improved. Jian Wushuang smiled. Swordsmanship is hazy, and it is the power that rises. And the sword art Wave Light, whether it is sword art power or artistic conception, has been significantly improved, in addition to the sword art toughness. However, in the past 3 years, he has made the most progress in swordsmanship. The fusion of the 4 rules is mainly based on the rules of the earth, and it is perfectly integrated into the sword art. I will play the guardianship of the earth. The condensed land of the sword will be full of 51. The sword's eyes blinked with light. It should be noted that when he was outside the Ancient Night Demon Palace, he played against the Ancient Night Demon Lord, who spent a great price to show his strongest whole card, which came from a super-secret skill of his division. Power almost reached the 3rd level of higher level. But at that time, Jian Wushuang only condensed 43 major land sword areas and still resisted that whole card. But now the sword unparalleled can consolidate enough 51 major land sword areas, and because of the ancient integration of the 4 rules, the quality of the 51 major land sword areas is much stronger than the previous 43 heavy ones. Doubt, now he is definitely a lot stronger in body protection alone than before. This also gave him greater capital to roam in this eternal dark prison. I've been in this cave for 4 years, and I should probably go out and do it. Jian Wushuang smiled, even when walking out of Dongfu. After leaving the cave, Jian Wushuang immediately released the power of the soul, explored the surrounding environment, and then began to wander in this 9th dark area. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang met a prisoner. However, with a glance at the sword, Wushuang recognized the identity of the opponent. It is just a master of the 2nd level peak. It is estimated that the combat power is worse than that of the Ancient Night Demon. Fight, but continue to look for stronger opponents. If 4 years ago his 4 rules had not yet been merged, he would be more willing to play against these 2nd level peak dominators, more or less lively. However, with the integration of his 4 rules, his overall strength has been greatly improved, and it is difficult to raise his interest just because of the dominance of the 2nd series. Now, if he wants to fight, he will fight with those who are strong, at least the 3rd ranking master. For days later, within the sole perception of Jian Wushuang, a master of the 3rd rank finally appeared. Jian Wushuang said nothing and ran directly towards the other side. Lingguang God. Jian Wushuang looked calmly at the master in front of him. You are the Lord of the Blood Sword. Ling Guang Xinjun, dressed in a golden robe and handsome, looked at Jian Wushuang, and there was a hint of wonder in his eyes. In the eternal dark prison, although there was no way to conduct the order communication, which caused the news to be blocked, Jian Wushuang has been violent in this area. Naturally, some of the master prisoners in this area knew his existence. I heard that Lingguang Xinjun is superb in your marksmanship. The strongest mysterious mist fog light is the capital of your 9th dark area. With this trick, you can rank among the many 3rd level masters in this 9th dark area the first 50. Since I saw it today, I really want to learn from you. Jian Wushuang smiled. As you wish. Lingguang Xinjun didn't have the slightest nonsense. He just spoke out. I saw a dark spear in the hand of Lingguang Xinjun. This dark spear was filled with a layer of teal light, exuding a very strong breath. With the rolling power of Lingguang Xinjun, the dark spear seemed like an instant. Xiaolong shot straight out. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The void was pierced through by ruthless holes. In this momentary effort, Lingguang Xinjun stabbed 19 shots at the same time. One shot faster than the other, and one shot faster than the other. Jian Wushuang is also a step forward, Wu Wei Xinjian in hand. The vast Kendo universe origins permeate. Jian Wushuang did not immediately embark on the wave of light swordsmanship to engage with this Lingguang god, but chose to face it directly. Under his waving, Wu-Crying sword also successively cut out a series of extremely powerful sword shadows. These sword shadows are all fused the four rules, and also a trace of the law of the universe. Clang, 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 clang. The dense metal impact sounded through the void, and at this moment Jian Wushuang and the Lingguang god had already confronted each other 19 times. During these 19 collisions, each time the sword was in a disadvantage. After the 19 collisions, he was quite embarrassed. Seeing this, Lingguang Xinjun frowned. It is said that the main clan of the blood sword is a skill that entangles people trapped. Once the sword skill is out, even if the third-level master is caught in it, it is difficult to break free, and it cannot be defeated directly by force. But if you put aside the entangled swordsmanship, there is still a big gap between the blood sword master's combat power and the third level. But now, Lingguang Xinjun took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. He had exhausted all his efforts with the 19 shots just now. Although he completely suppressed Jian Wushuang, that's all. He can see that Jian Wushuang's power to display his sword skills has also reached the threshold of the third level. Lingguang's 19 shots couldn't take him down, so even if I use Ling Ying's 7 styles, I'm afraid he can block it from the front. It seems that he can only use the mist godlight. Lingguang god's eyes were slightly condensed. For so many years, he has created a lot of tricks in the eternal dark prison. One of them is Lingguang's 19 shots. As for Ling Ying's 7, it is slightly stronger than the Lingguang 19 airsoft, but not much. And his real strongest is the misty light. Kill! Lingguang shouted with a fierce whisper, and his body suddenly gave out a huge beam of light. The light was extremely dazzling, like a huge sun. In this light, the black spear in Lingguang Shenzhen's hand exploded. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth were silent, and a wave of extinction power suddenly condensed and erupted. This is the misty light. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened, but his face was quite dignified. This Lingguang is qualified to be ranked in the top 50 of the 9th dark zone by this trick. It'll take a look. My strongest power is far worse than this misty aura. Jian Wushuang's power broke out to the extreme, and Wu Wei's Excalibur in his hand also gave a trace of hissing, followed by a hazy sword shadow straight out. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3877. The second is even more. The most powerful hazy sword technique created by Jian Wushuang. This move has also been greatly improved after Jian Wushuang's integration of the four rules. Now showing from the swordless hands, the flashing light in that hazy mist is also extremely eye-catching, and its power is not much weaker than the ordinary third-level master to do a full blow. And in the blink of an eye, the hazy swordsmanship and the misty pole Xinguang collided head-on. Pum! As if two stars collided together, both burst into a dazzling light. But it is clear that in the mighty, the swordless Wushu's dim swordsmanship is much weaker. After a moment of confrontation with the fog aura of light, the mist of the sky is scattered, and an overwhelming power directly covers the sword. Then, Jian with double body trembled and retreated. After regaining his position in the void, Jian Wushuang felt the impact from his body, only to regain his head, and looked at it in the past. It is indeed the king of Light Guang. Your strongest trick, Wushu Xinguang, is really powerful. Jian Wushuang is indeed amazing. Although he had encountered the stronger Gyurb King before, when he was running, he had to use Wave Lightsaber to entangle with him from the beginning. There was no intention of a frontal collision at all, so he could not really feel the arrogance of Goku's attack up close. But this time facing Lingguang, He chose to collide directly, but he was directly crushed by the opponent. Lingguang Shenjin's fog is extremely powerful, and his power is obviously stronger than his hazy swordsmanship. A master of the rules, the front collided with my Wuji Xinguang. Without any injuries, you are powerful enough. Lingguang Xinjun also looked at Jian Wushuang. In the beginning, I heard about your strength from other populations and said that your real combat power would be the second-level peak dominates the level, and the swordplay that entangles people who are trapped is very special. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. Even if you don't use the entangled swordsmanship, its combat power will barely reach the third level. Haha, I just realized it recently. Jian Wushuang smiled. In this eternal dark prison, where I can't see the sky at all, even if I have spent dozens of chaos eras, I can't improve my strength in the slightest, being detained in the eternal dark prison. Your talent is a waste. Lingguang Xinjun sighed. Stop it, Lord of the Blood Sword, leave. Lingguang Xinjun turned and left directly, and Jian Wushuang did not stop. Fighting with this King Lingguang, at least I have a new understanding of my current fighting power. Now the fighting power should also barely reach the threshold of the third level. If you encounter those who are weaker, the third level master, even without the sword wave, should be able to barely compete. Jian Wushuang smiled. For years ago, he encountered the third level master, and there was no room for confrontation at all. He only had to engage in swordplay. But now he can at least compete with the general third level master. Obviously, after the integration of the 4 rules, his strength has been greatly improved. Go on and on. Sword Wushuang continued to rush in the surrounding area immediately. 5 days later, the handsome Emperor Lingguang, wearing a golden robe, was walking slowly in the void. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the very end of his line of sight, rushing towards him at an extremely horrifying speed. Not good. Lingguang Shenjin's face changed greatly without hesitation. He broke out at his fastest speed and fled frantically to the side. Lingguang Lord, stop! I will not embarrass you. A cold voice sounded suddenly. After Lingguang found that the 2 figures behind him had stopped, he also chose to stop, but still kept a long distance from the other party. If he found something wrong, he could still flee immediately. Qiandao Demon Lord, Blood Rain Demon, are you too? Lingguang Xinjun was trembling inside. Regardless of whether it is the Qianblade Demon Lord or the Blood Rain Demon, he can't compete. If both of them shot, they could kill him. Fortunately, the 2 in front of me didn't seem to have any intention to do anything to him. 2 adults. I don't know what I can do with Lingguang. Lingguang's stance was extremely low, and his expression was full of awe. Lingguang God, I ask you, have you ever met the Lord of the Blood Sword when you were scoping in this area? The voice of the Qianblade Lord was low. The Lord of the Blood Sword? When Lingguang's Lord moved, his heart knew immediately that the Lord of the 1,000 Blades had come to the Lord of the Blood Sword. It is very likely that the 1,000-edged Demon Lord followed the rule of the Blood Sword Master in the hands of the Supreme Sword. 1,000-edged Lord, the Blood Sword Master you said I did meet, and just 5 days ago I also played against him. Lingguang Xinjun said, 5 days ago. 1,000-blade Demon Lord stunned, but followed with great joy. Lingguang God, what are you talking about? Lingguang doesn't dare to deceive you. Lord Lingguang laughed. 5 days ago I did play against him, and when I met him, I found that his strength was much better than before. Before that, he could only rely on the swordsmanship of entangled people and the general third. The series dominates the opposition, but when he fought against me, he did not use the entangled swordsmanship, but instead collided directly with me. As a result, I only suppressed him. Even if he finally performed my trick, Mist Aura, although he was crushed, it didn't really hurt him. 1,000 Blades, Lord's eyes lit up completely. Lingguang God, 5 days ago, where did you fight him? Qianblade Lord asked. It's in this direction behind me, about 30 million miles away. Ling Guang Shinjun said, "Is it only 30 million miles?" Thousand-Blade Demon stared. Ling Guang God, "Thank you, you can leave." Ling Guang Shinjun was relieved and immediately swept towards the side of the void. After Ling Guang, Shinjun left. Finally, there is news of the Lord of the Blood Sword. Thousands of demon lords screamed with surprise. I have lost track for 4 years in a row. I thought the Lord of the Blood Sword had really left the ninth. It's a dark zone, but now it seems that he has NT left. He just realized it before. I do and T know where the retreat has been for 4 years. Now that his strength has improved a little, he is out. It's only 30 million miles away, and there are only 5 days. He should still be roaming there. We should rush now, and we should be able to find him. The Blood Rain Demon also said, The Lord of the Blades nodded. Now that he has determined his approximate location, there is no need to hide and hold it. Release the power of the soul directly, and find him at the fastest speed. Chapter 3878. Third more. Although the Qiandao Demon Lord and the Blood Rain Demon had been searching for the sword unparalleled in this area before, they did not use the power of the soul to sweep and investigate. After all, they were also worried that they would fight against the grass and make the swordsman escape. Therefore, in recent years, they have been asking and investigating step by step. Until now, after knowing the approximate position of Jian Wushuang, they directly used the power of the soul. In the Eternal Dark Prison, there is also a lot of restrictions on the spiritual power of the practitioner. Like the sword Wushuang in the Eternal Dark Prison, the power of the soul can only cover a range of 100,000 miles. But this is also because the sword Wushuang is only the master of the rules. He is not yet the master, and the soul's power is naturally not so strong without transformation. And this ninth dark area has the strongest 1,000-blade Demon Lord and Blood Rain Demon. They're both the masters of the third series, the power of the soul sweeping away, enough to permeate the range of 1,000,000 miles. The two of them were filled with the power of the soul, separated from each other by a certain distance, and went all the way in the direction directed by Ling Guang God, searching all the way. Within 1,000,000 miles of this area, there is no ruler. I don't have it here either. No. How fast the two men were. It didn't take long for them to search most of the area that Ling Guang Shinjun said. Finally, within the soul perception range of the 1,000-edged Demon Lord, there was a breath of rule level, Lord level. I found it. As soon as the eyes of the 1,000-blade demon lighted up, he immediately greeted the Blood Rain Demon. Blood Rain, it is up to me to kill the Lord of the Blood Sword. All you have to do is make sure that he cannot escape. 1,000 Blades, Lord said. Relax, give it to me. Shuiyu Dazun smiled lightly. You go alone first. Don't rush to hit him. Don't scare him immediately. He fled immediately. Leave me some time to arrange the array. I know, but you go faster. A 1,000-blade demon said something, and immediately his body swept away toward the sword unparalleled. The Lord of the Blood Sword should have noticed the power of my soul to detect it, but he did not choose to leave the first time, but stood there as if waiting for me. It seems that heaven has helped me. The Lord of the Blades Devil was very happy inside. He didn't explode with the fastest speed in the first time, but slowly approached the sword Wushuang. Above the vast void, Jian Wushuang stood there and looked extremely calm. He did detect the soul searching of the Lord of the 1,000 Blades, and he was vigilant the first time. After all, he also knows that in the Eternal Dark Prison, among the many prisoners, except for themselves, who dare to release the power of the soul so brazenly, are generally strong men who have absolute confidence in their own strength. Like the third-level masters that Jian Wushuang encountered in this Eternal Dark Prison before, even the most powerful Gubao King dare not release the power of the soul so brazenly. Who will be the master of this soul power? Jian Wushuang had a hint of curiosity in his heart, but there was no fear at all. As the opponent gradually approached, A figure soon appeared in Jian Wushuang's soul perception range. No wonder he dared to use the power of his soul so much. It turned out to be him. Jian Wushuang smiled. The prisoner information he received from the ancient night demon is very detailed, especially in this 9th dark area. As one of the 5 strongest men in the 9th dark zone, Qiandao Demon Lord, he naturally recognized it at a glance. In the information given by the ancient night demon king, this Qiandao Demon Lord is good at kendo, and the sword skill is very strong. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that the Qiandao Demon Lord came to me deliberately, no accident. It came from my Wu Weeping Sword. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He possesses the rule of treasure Wu Crying Excalibur, which he did not hide at all, although the information transmission in this eternal dark prison is very difficult. But after all, it is in the 9th dark zone, and the Thousand Blade Lord is also very informed normal. Knowing that the master of the 1,000 blades had arrived, Jian Wushuang still did not have the slightest intention to flee and left, but continued to stand there, waiting quietly. In a blink of an eye, the master Qian already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Haha, Your Excellency is the Lord of the Blood Sword?" The hearty laughter sounded. After the arrival of the 1,000-edged Demon Lord, he didn't plan to shoot immediately, but greeted Jian Shuang with enthusiasm. 1,000-edged Demon Lord, long-awaited name. Jian Wushuang also laughed. I heard early on that there was a super genius in this 9th dark area, and the master level of the rule realized a trace of the laws of the universe, and the sword skill was even higher. There is no way to even the 3rd level master to take one. Yes, I see you. The master, Qian, smiled with enthusiasm. Qiandao Demon Lord, I don't know why you are here this time. Jian Wushuang did not have the time to listen to the boast of the Qiandao Demon Lord, but directly asked his intention. It's true, I'm here this time, mainly for the Blood Sword group's magical sword in your hand. 1,000-blade Demon Lord said positively. Sure enough, it came from the magic sword of law. Jian Wushuang chuckled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you also know how dangerous this eternal dark prison is. Although you have some strength, after all, you are only a ruler who possesses rules and treasures. If this matter is strengthened by ulterior motives, the person knows that he will definitely come to kill you at all costs. It can be said that the magic sword of the magic circle in your hand is a fragrant magpie and will attract countless strong men to come. That's it. Jian Wushuang made no comment. But if the rule of the Supreme Sword is completely different in my hands, my current strength is already the top level in the 1st layer of this eternal dark prison, and it is worse than those 10 kings, but if I get the rule of the Supreme Sword, I can match the 10 kings. Then I can become the 11th king. Then the rule of the Most Sword is in my hands, and I dare not it. Snatch. 1,000 blades, Lord said again. Well, it's possible. Jian Wushuang nodded again. That being the case, why do NTU, the Lord of the Blood Sword, be the beauty of an adult, and hand me that ruled treasure sword? Of course, I will never treat you badly. I have countless treasures in my hand, except for a few that are of great use to me. Beyond the treasure, you can choose as much as you like. In addition, I can also guarantee that when I become a new queen, I will take up a large territory for you. Let you become the lord of that territory, have my protection, and in this eternal dark prison, I will never who can threaten you. Blood Sword Master, what do you think? Qian Blade Demon stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3879. Fourth more. Treasures in my hand, let me choose. Even if you become a new queen, you will occupy a territory for me and make me a lord. Jian Wushuang showed a playful smile. He looked at the master of the 1,000 blades, but said with a smile, 1,000 blades master, you know that I can't give you that rule of precious sword, and I have tried my best to persuade me. Let me guess, what is your idea? The face of the 1,000-edged demon changed. Suddenly, The surrounding void created an extremely weak wave. This fluctuation, although extremely weak, was immediately noticeable by Jian Wushuang. Matrix. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. No wonder you are a waste of words here with the master of 1,000 blades. It turned out that someone had arranged the matrix in secret. Now, this matrix should be formed. Giggle, knowing that the formation has been formed, but the Lord of the Blood Sword has no fear at all. This calmness is admirable. A faint coquettish laughter came from the void. A beautiful one with a few the demonized figure slowly appeared in the void. Seeing people, Jian Wu's eyes and pupils could not help shrinking. Blood Rain Demon? The 5th strongest of the 9th Dark Zone. The Qianbiao demon's attack and kill ability is extremely good. It should be said that it is the strongest attack and kill method. The Blood Rain Demon is good at formation, and her formation is incomparable. Even if the master of the 1,000 blades accidentally falls into it, it will be extremely troublesome. These two people can say that each has their own means, but now they are appearing in front of them at the same time. Blood Rain Demon, are you also interested in the rule of treasure in my hand? Jian Wushuang asked. Who does NT want the rule of treasure? But here is in the eternal dark prison, after all. The resources are limited, and the law of the treasure in your hand does not match the magic soldier I use. I am not very interested in your rule of treasure, but I once owed the favor of the Qianblade Demon Lord. This time the Qianblade Demon asked me to help him to seize the rule of your treasure, and I see A and T refuse it. Ziyuzhen laughed. 1,000 blades, the formation method has been arranged, and there is a formation method. Unless he is comparable to the top 10 kings in attack power. Otherwise, even if the attack power is comparable to you, if you fall into this array, you will not be able to do so in a short time. Leave. Very good. 1,000 Blade Demon Lord was overjoyed, and his eyes turned to Jian Wushuang again. The enthusiastic face had disappeared long ago, replaced by a cold, sharp, I was worried that this kid might escape from me, so I spent so much time talking with him so that you can arrange the formation around. Now the formation is done. This kid can't escape the wings, and I don't bother. He talked nonsense to him. Shot him directly and killed him, and that rule of magic sword is mine. 1,000 Blade Lord's voice was indifferent, with an endless killing intention. He slapped it, and a purple Excalibur has appeared in his hands. The power of the purple Excalibur is also extremely weak, and it is obviously the strongest magic weapon that reaches the highest level. However, when the sword Wushuang took out the weeping Excalibur, the faint rule spreads the treasure breath. The light on the surface of the purple Excalibur body immediately dimmed a lot, and the breath was greatly weakened. It's truly a rule of law. Although it hasn't collided directly, just showing up makes my Excalibur less powerful. 1,000 Blade Demon sighed, but the desire for Wu Cry Excalibur was growing deeper. Lord of the Blood Sword, die. 1,000 Blade Demon Lord has vast demon power rising suddenly, just like a demon from Geo-Hell. His physique was also a whole lot bigger than before, and the terrible magic, mighty oppressive, sword came from oppression. Jian Wushuang was the first to trigger the combination of the magic light realm and the mysterious realm, trying to suppress the master of the 1,000 blades as much as possible. However, once Qiandao Demon Lord is extremely powerful, even if the sword unparalleled field is completely oppressed on him, it can only slightly affect his strength, let alone the Qiandao Demon Lord's eternal dark prison for so many years, or the 9th dark area recognized as the strongest. The domain category in his hands must have some. When I saw the idea of the 1,000 Blades demon, a vast black flame was burning wildly. This black flame field is no weaker than Jian Wushuang's magic light field. Even with the blessing of the Xuanguang realm, Jian Wushuang's field only has a slight upper hand. The Qiandao Demon Lord was still so powerful, and in the blink of an eye he was killed in front of Jian Wushuang. The purple Excalibur in his hand slammed like a purple electric snake across the void, bursting into the throat of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang flaunted behind his wings, and his figure flew back a few steps in succession, followed by a dive, followed by a high-level wave of the Wu weapon sword in his hand, and directly cut off. The two collided, and a huge force was transmitted directly along Jian Wushuang's arm. The sword's two-sided color sank, and its shape was twisted, which perfectly resolved the impact of this force. The right hand of the Wu weapon sword took advantage. Wave. The strongest swordplay. Hazy. Wow. Shocking sword shadow mighty show. The light of fireflies dare to compete with the sun and the moon. The master of the thousand-edged devil showed no contempt. His Bodhist spirit rolled, and the purple Excalibur in his hand suddenly became larger. Just like a who raised the sky and opened a giant sword, this giant sword is indeed capable of breaking new ground. Pung! There was a loud noise, and the sword's double body was shocked, and the whole man flew out like a shell. The terrifying power from the purple Excalibur also acted on his deity. Even with the weakening of the Wu Jin demon armor on the surface, there were still a lot of impacts on him, causing him some damage. It is indeed the 9th dark area to attack the most powerful thousand-edged demon lord. Before I fought against that Lingguang God King, I also used hazy sword skills to resist his strongest trick, Wu Ji Xingguang, although the sword skills were defeated. But the misty aura did not hurt me, but now the swordsmanship of the thousand-edged demon really hurt me. And this sword just now is by no means the strongest trick of the thousand-edged demon lord. Jian Wushuang marveled. It is also the master of the 3rd level. The Lingguang God is enough to rank in the top 50 in this 9th dark area. But compared with the 1,000 of the 5 strongest one, the gap is still too big. WWW. Novel. In the face of Lingguang Xinjun, Jian Wushuang can completely try to compete positively. But in the face of the master of the 1,000 blades, it is obviously impossible for him to compete directly. Thousand-edged lord, try my sword again, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Wow! The void in front of him seemed to be plunged into a continuous sea, and countless waves of layers spread endlessly. The sky's sword-like ocean, surging and surging, completely covered the Qiandao demon lord ahead. End of this chapter.